Chapter 759. Jianchen stood on the bank of a wide river with the white tiger in his arms. In this peaceful world, only the sound of flowing water could be heard. Jianchen raised his head and looked around. His eyes were filled with curiosity as he murmured, "Is this the artifact space? It's actually no different from the real world, but the radiant saint force here is several times denser than the city of God." There were mountains and rivers in the artifact space. It seemed like a completely real world. The only difference was that the sky was not azure. Instead, it was white. It seemed like a thick layer of clouds had obscured the sky. Jianchen constantly looked around. He expanded the senses of his soul, enveloping a radius of 10 kilometers. However, he did not discover a single person. It looks like the artifact space is very large. Several thousand participants have entered, yet I haven't discovered a single participant within a radius of 10 kilometers, Jianchen murmured to himself. He subconsciously checked the space ring on his finger, but to his surprise, the space ring had been sealed by a mysterious power. It could not be used at all. It really is as the president has said. All the space rings in the artifact space have been sealed up by the power of the artifact. Not only can they not store items, but they can't be taken out either, Jianchen thought. Suddenly, the water behind Jianchen splashed up. A half-meter-long fish shot out of the water, charging toward Jianchen with great speed. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth that flickered with cold light. Jianchen did not even look back. He raised his right hand and the radiant saint force in the surroundings rapidly condensed, forming a radiant sword in a single moment. He shot it toward the fish with a wave of his hand. The radiant sword directly shot into the fish's mouth and exploded with a boom. The surging energy wreaked havoc in the fish's mouth, blowing it to pieces. A gorgeous flower formed from blood bloomed in the air, bringing with it a thick stench of blood. Within it, a thumb-sized crystal stained with blood fell to the ground. Jianchen made his way over and grabbed a handful of grass to wrap around the crystal. He wiped away the blood on the surface of the crystal. It was a monster core. Jianchen stared at the monster core for a while before gently sighing. He murmured, "It's a pity that I can't open the space ring. I can't put the Class 4 monster core in there, so I can only throw it away." With a wave of his hand, Jianchen directly tossed the Class 4 monster core away. "I'll have to survive here for 15 days. During that time, I'll have to find my own way to find food and water. This would definitely be a problem if I were a regular Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, but my body as a fighter has always been tough. Going without food or water for 15 days won't affect me at all." As he said that, surging radiant saint force surged over, quickly condensing into a meter-wide white cloud under Jianchen's feet. Jianchen set his foot on it and the white cloud immediately took him off slowly, disappearing into the distance. In another region of the artifact space there was a desolate mountain range. At this moment, a white-robed beauty stood proudly on the highest peak. Her rather small white robes and long hair fluttered in the wind. She was the young lady of the Kara clan, Kara Livy. Two white-robed people stood silently behind Kara Livy. They were an old man in his 70s and a middle-aged man in his 40s. The three of them stood there quietly as if they were statues. No one said a word. At this moment, a ball of white light flew over from afar. A handsome middle-aged man who stood on a white cloud flew over from afar. He directly arrived on the mountain where the three of them stood, and then he clasped his hands at Caroliway respectfully. "Greetings, young lady." With that, the middle-aged man did not wait for Carolivy's reply. He arrived behind Carolivy and stood beside the other two. Afterwards, several more Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters of various ages flew over from all directions. Without any exception, they all clasped their hands at Carolivy before standing behind her quietly. Very soon, the group of 3 expanded to 8 people, forming a small group. These Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters were all members of the Kara clan. After entering the artifact space, They had gathered together through a special method. Cara Livy glanced behind her and said indifferently, "Since everyone's here, let's set off. Remember, listen to my orders for everything this time. Do not act on your own. The competition this time is different from the past. There's one person who might pose a great threat to us." "Yes, young lady." The Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters all replied. Although Caroleeway was not as old as some of them, she was the strongest existence among Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters, so they all felt deep admiration for her. At the same time, Cara Livy possessed a very high status in the Cara clan. Not only was she the beloved daughter of the previous generation, but she was also doted on by an ancestor of the Cara clan. A cloud condensed from radiant saint force gathered beneath everyone's feet. They all followed behind Cara Livy and flew off into the distance. "Miss Li Wei, I've finally found you. Wait for me." Suddenly, a rather joyful voice rang out from afar. The second disciple of the president, Yun Tian, quickly flew over from afar on a similar cloud. He caught up to Cara Livy's group very quickly. Cara Li stopped and slightly creased her brows. There was a trace of impatience in her eyes when she looked at Yun Tian. She said, "Yun Tian, the name Li Wei is not for you to use. You should call me by my full name." Yun Tian was startled. He couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "It was Yun Tian who was rude earlier. I hope Miss Cara Li doesn't take offense. Miss Cara Li, I wonder if you have considered my proposal a few days ago? Yun Tian, you want our Cara clan to help you deal with Yang Yutian. May I ask what benefits our Cara clan will receive?" Cara Livy gently brushed her hair and said emotionlessly, "Miss Cara Livy, you must know that Yang Yutian's existence will be a great obstacle to my ascension to the position of president, so I must stop him from becoming a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master. I, Yun Tian, have already reached the peak of the 6th class long ago. I am very confident that I can break through to the 7th class this time. Once I become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master, I will become the president soon. After that, I will represent the Union and form an alliance with your Cara clan. What do you think, Miss Cara Livy?" Yun Tian stared at Cara Livy with shining eyes. Cara Livy's eyes lit up. Yun Tian's suggestion had indeed tempted her. The Radiant Saint Master Union was a powerful force that was no weaker than the 3 great clans of the City of God. They had always maintained a neutral stance and never participated in the disputes between the 3 great clans. If the Cara clan could form an alliance with the Union, the Cara clan's strength would skyrocket and they would become the greatest clan above the Tsar clan. However, Cara Livy was an extremely intelligent person. She did not agree to Yun Tian's request in a hot-headed manner. After a moment of thought, she said, "Yun Tian, according to what I know, your master still has over 100 years to live. As long as your master is around, the position of president will not fall to you no matter what. Moreover, it's not like you don't know the relationship between my Cara clan and the Tsar clan. After 100 years, the 3 great clans of the City of God will probably be unified by the Tsar clan. Miss Cara Livy, don't worry. Although my master still has 100 years to live, he won't be able to live for that long. The 3 great clans of the Holy Emperor's kingdom won't be unified by the Tsar clan because my master already knows of the Tsar clan's ambitions. If the kingdom of the Holy Emperor is really unified by the Tsar clan, then their strength will reach a terrifying level. At that time, the Radiant Saint Master Union will probably fall into the hands of the Tsar clan. Therefore, my master will definitely not let such a thing happen. Once things really develop to that stage, my master will use his life as the price to cast a forbidden technique against the Tsar clan's ancestor. After my master passes away, the position of president will fall to me. Although the Grand Elder will still be around, the Grand Elder doesn't care about the position of president at all. Moreover, with the relationship between the Grand Elder and my master, not only will the Grand Elder not compete with me for the position of president, he will even support me from behind. As for the vice president, he doesn't have much time left. Moreover, due to the limitations of his talent, he will never be able to reach the same height as my master. Therefore, the position of president won't fall to him. As a result, the only person who can pose a threat to me is Yang Yutian. Yun Tian's face was filled with confidence, as if everything was under his control. Only Yang Yutian was a variable. Yun Tian had been the disciple of the president for many years, so he knew a lot about the internal affairs of the Radiant Saint Masters. If one wanted to become the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union, there were two conditions that had to be fulfilled. The first condition was that one had to reach the strength of a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. The second condition was that one had to possess extraordinary talent. After all, the position of president of the Radiant Saint Master Union would definitely not fall into the hands of someone without a future. Yun Tian was confident that he could fulfill the first condition in this competition. As for the second condition, he had fulfilled it long ago. How could his talent be ordinary if he could be accepted as a disciple of the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union? Kara Livy hesitated. After a moment of thought, she said, "Yun Tian, I'll go with you to find Yang Yutian." Yun Tian beamed. "Miss Kara Livy, please don't be impatient. Although I haven't experienced Yang Yutian's strength, I do know that he's extremely powerful. At the same time, he has an extremely tough armor on him, so he's very difficult to deal with. Although we're confident that we can deal with Yang Yutian if we work together, our own strength will be greatly reduced. We might even end up benefiting others. Please wait a few more days, Miss Kara Livy. I still need to find some helpers." After bidding farewell to Kara Liwei, Yun Tian left by himself. He told his white cloud to fly in the air, and that ancient jade pendant appeared in his hand again. Immediately, a weak strand of wool shot into the jade pendant from the space between his brows. It was currently using a special method to communicate with others. Chapter 760. Within the Saint Artifact space there was a forest. At this moment, there were over a dozen people in white robes sitting cross-legged under a large tree, resting with their eyes closed. Afterwards, more and more people rushed over from the surroundings. Not long after, the number of people had expanded to 20 people. They were of different ages, old and young. If Jianchen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize a few familiar faces. They were the people from the 8 great clans that Jianchen had met outside the Fragrance River. At this moment, a white-haired, sage-like old man slowly opened his eyes. He looked around and said, "Since everyone is here, then this old man will represent the Grand Elder of the Tsar clan to announce something. In this competition, the top 10 spots will be secondary. Our main mission is to find Yang Yutian. We must stop him from getting into the top 10 at all costs. We must not give him any chance to break through to Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. If possible, we must remove the armor on him. Listen carefully. Since this is the Grand Elder's order, we will definitely do our best to complete this mission." An old man said clearly. This person was the Marquis of the Marquis estate of the 8 great clans. Even though the Marquis was the master of the Marquis estate, he was not the most powerful existence in the Marquis estate. He did not dare to disobey the Grand Elder's order at all. The white-haired, ruddy old man from the Tsar clan nodded in satisfaction. Just when he wanted to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He took out an ancient jade pendant from his bosom. Immediately, a mental wave was transmitted to his forehead. The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. A smile gradually appeared on his face as he said, "There will be a special guest coming to meet us here in a while. It looks like our chances of completing this mission are increasing. I think I have already guessed who this special guest is. It must be the second disciple of the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union, Yun Tian. This Yang Yutian has appeared out of nowhere. With his unprecedented talent, he has basically become the strongest person below Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. He has even grasped a forbidden technique. Other than being a great hindrance to the Tsar clan, his appearance also poses a serious threat to Yun Tian. He has basically replaced Yun Tian's position in the future. I think Yun Tian's determination to eliminate Yang Yutian is countless times stronger than the Tsar clan. An old man with a face covered in wrinkles said softly. The corner of his lips curled up into a cold smile. He was the Class 6, Radiant Saint Master of the Fire God clan. The ruddy old man from the Tsar clan did not say anything. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of the special guest. An hour later, a streak of white light finally appeared in the horizon. It rapidly approached them. Over 20 Radiant Saint Masters who were resting under the tree opened their eyes at the same time. They all looked at the figure that was flying over. It really is Yun Tian. The old man from the Fire God clan revealed a profound smile. Even many of the Radiant Saint Masters in the surroundings revealed a strange smile. Sigh, the Radiant Saint Master Union's days are numbered. The scholarly middle-aged man from the Qing family, Qing Jian, sighed inside and thought, the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union is about to reach the end of his lifespan and the Tsar family has great ambitions for the Union. Yang Yutian might be the only person who can protect the Union. If he fails this time, the Union will no longer have the power to stop the Tsar family. Yun Tian slowly descended from the sky. He first bowed to everyone with a smile before looking at the ruddy old man from the Tsar clan. He said, Elder Zatalos, you must have guessed why Yun Tian has come. Are you willing to work with Yun Tian to deal with Yang Yutian? Zatalos basically agreed to Yun Tian's suggestion without any hesitation. He said, I'm more than happy to. This time, we all have a common enemy in the artifact space, which is Yang Yutian. In Zatalos' eyes, between Yang Yutian and Yun Tian, he hoped that Yun Tian would become the president of the Union. Although Yun Tian's talent was quite good, he would not be a threat to the Tsar clan in the short term. Moreover, Yun Tian would be easier for the Tsar clan to control. Yun Tian was not surprised that the Tsar clan agreed so readily. This was because he understood that they had a common enemy. Although the artifact space was protected by the power of the Saint Artifact and could not kill anyone, it was enough to make Yang Yutian lose the right to become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. This was because the next time the artifact space opened would be 50 years later. At that time, Yun Tian might have already become the president of the Union. Elder Zatalos, Yun Tian has already made sufficient preparations to deal with Yang Yutian this time. Miss Kara Livy of the Kara clan has also agreed to assist me. With the three of us working together, no matter how powerful Yang Yutian is, he will not be our opponent, Yun Tian said confidently. Yun Tian really is impressive. You've even managed to rope in that woman, Kara Livy. With that, Yang Yutian will not be able to escape. A gleam of joy flashed through Elder Zatalos' eyes. He felt like the Grand Elder's mission was becoming easier and easier. The artifact space has only just opened, so we have plenty of time. There's no rush to deal with Yang Yutian. Let's clear out some of the people here first, just in case something unexpected happens at a crucial moment. This artifact space sure is large. I think it's several times larger than the kingdom of Jessen. Jianshan flew high in the sky on a white cloud. He stared at the ground below and sighed emotionally. He had already flown 50 kilometers, but he had not seen a single person. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He said, I've finally seen people, and there are 3 of them. Jianshan's white cloud immediately sped up. Very soon, a wisp of smoke appeared before Jianshan's eyes. he saw 3 white-robed Radiant Saint Masters roasting the meat of magical beasts they had just killed. Radiant Saint Masters were naturally not as tough as fighters, even Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters. Once they lacked food and water, they would be as thirsty as ordinary people. As a result, the first thing the 3 Radiant Saint Masters did after entering the artifact space was not to kill other Radiant Saint Masters. Instead, they prepared food while they were still full of energy. Jianshan's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the 3 Radiant Saint Masters. They immediately stood up and stared at Jianshan cautiously. Jianshan descended from the sky and landed 100 meters away from the 3 Radiant Saint Masters. He then strode towards them and said, "The 3 of you sure are in a good mood. You're actually roasting meat here." One of the 3 Radiant Saint Masters was a middle-aged man, while the other 2 were old men. The middle-aged man chuckled when he heard Jianshan's words. He said, "If we don't have enough food, how are we supposed to survive here for 15 days? Sir, you seem to be alone, so why don't you join us and move with us? That way, your chances of making it to the top 10 will increase drastically." The middle-aged man's gaze towards Jianshan was still filled with caution. In his opinion, most people who dared to move around alone were extremely powerful. Their radiant arts had reached the 3rd tier at the very least. Jianshan shook his head gently. "Thank you for your good intentions, sir, but I'm used to moving around alone, so I won't be going with you." With that, Jianshan paused slightly before continuing, "And my objective is to obtain battle merits. Do you want me to personally take action, or do you want me to give up?" The faces of the 3 Radiant Saint Masters sank slightly. Their gazes suddenly became piercing, and without any hesitation, they immediately condensed meter-long radiant swords with Radiant Saint force. They pointed the swords at Jianshan. "Since you want to obtain battle merits from us, don't blame us for not showing any mercy," an old man growled. He immediately controlled his radiant sword to shoot at Jianshan. At the same time, the other 2 did not hesitate either. They controlled their radiant swords to shoot at Jianshan. Jianshan sneered disdainfully. He extended his hand and beckoned gently. Suddenly, the Radiant Saint force in the surroundings gathered toward him at an unbelievable speed, condensing into 3 radiant swords in a single moment. Every single radiant sword pulsed with energy. The expressions of the 3 Radiant Saint Masters changed. As Radiant Saint Masters as well, they could clearly sense that the 3 radiant swords were much more powerful than theirs. At the same time, the speed at which Jianshan gathered Radiant Saint force shocked the 3 of them. "His radiant arts have reached the 4th tier at the very least," an old man cried out. His face became extremely ugly. The battle prowess of Radiant Saint Masters had nothing to do with their class. It was completely determined by the level of their radiant arts, because radiant arts were their only means of attack. Only Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters could use Class 5 Radiant Art. It was not something Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters could reach. As a result, Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters who could grasp Class 4 Radiant Arts could be regarded as a rare expert. This was because most Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters' Radiant Arts were still at the 2nd or 3rd tier. There were even an extremely small number of people with mediocre talent who were still stuck at the 1st tier. God damn it, why are we so unlucky? We've come across someone with Class 4 Radiant Arts on the first day we've come to the artifact space, another old man angrily cursed. Boom! The 6 radiant swords collided and produced a great rumble. The radiant swords immediately shattered, dispersing into the air as balls of radiant saint force. Jianshan's radiant swords did not slow down at all, continuing to shoot toward the 3 of them. In the end, the radiant swords struck their chests under their unwilling and shocked gazes. At that critical moment, 3 huge pillars of light 2 meters in diameter descended from the sky, blocking the 3 radiant swords for the 3 of them. Afterward, they vanished with the 3 of them, leaving behind 3 thumb-sized white specks in the air. Jianshan knew that the 3 of them had been taken out by the power of the Saint artifact. They had lost the right to participate. The power of the Saint artifact would only appear when the target was truly in danger of dying. If the target was injured or heavily injured, it would not be enough to draw out the power of the Saint artifact. As a result, once the power of the Saint artifact appeared, it meant that the target was dead. Jianshan shook his head and gently sighed. Although they're Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters like Heaven Saint Masters, the three of them clearly haven't fought before. They have no sense of danger at all. With the fragile bodies of Radiant Saint Masters, the first thing they do when encountering an enemy is not to attack but to protect themselves. Otherwise, let alone Heaven Saint Masters, even Earth Saint Masters can kill you in a single strike. Even an experienced Great Saint Master can deal a fatal blow to you. Chapter 761. After absorbing the 3 thumb-sized specks of light, Jianshan stowed the jade pendant away again. He murmured, "I've killed 3 people and gained 3 points. There are at least 4,000 to 5,000 Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters participating in the competition this time, so I need to kill 500 people and gain 500 points if I want to make it into the top 10. Next, I'll continue on the path of slaughter that I haven't experienced in a very long time. The only difference from the competition in Mercenary City is that the fighters will be Radiant Saint Masters instead of fighters." With a thought, Jianshan's surging Radiant Saint force rapidly condensed into a cloud beneath his feet. Just when he was about to step onto the cloud and leave, his eyes suddenly narrowed. "This is the presence of a kindred spirit. I've actually sensed the presence of a kindred spirit." The sword spirits' voices suddenly rang out in Jianshan's head. "It really is the presence of a kindred spirit. It can't be wrong. Master, where is this place? How can the presence of a kindred spirit exist?" Ziying's voice rang out in Jianshan's head once again. Her voice was filled with disbelief. "Oh my, there's actually an artifact spirit here. This is unbelievable. How can such a high-level artifact spirit appear in a world like this?" The artifact spirit seems to have reached the immortal tier. Qing Sua's surprised voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Her voice was as pleasant as a lark's, making Jianshan's mind tremble slightly. "I'm currently in the space of a saint artifact. Ziying, Qing Sua, has the saint artifact given birth to a spirit like you?" Jianshan was filled with surprise. "I never thought that Master would actually arrive in the space of a treasure while we were sleeping and absorbing the energy of the 5-colored immortal crystal." "That's right, there is indeed a spirit here, and it's not weak either. At the very least, it's extremely powerful according to the standards of this world. However, the only flaw is that the artifact spirit can't be used as an offensive treasure due to the limitations of the original body. It seems more like a supportive treasure," Ziying said. "I never thought that the saint artifact would actually give birth to an artifact spirit. How surprising," Jianshan sighed emotionally. At the same time, a violet and azure aura emerged from Jianshan's head. It condensed into a man and a woman above him. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. When the two of them stood together, they seemed like a match made in heaven. This was not the first time Jianshan had seen Ziying and Qing Sua's appearance. However, he could clearly sense that the illusory figures of Ziying and Qing Sua had become more solid than before. Clearly, they were constantly recovering with the help of the 5-colored immortal crystal. Ziying and Qing Sua appeared above Jianshan's head. They stared into the distant sky. Then Ziying raised his right hand slightly. A surging violet light immediately seeped out from his body. It quickly condensed into a violet sword in his right hand. The violet sword was 1 meter long and 3 fingers wide. The hazy sword seemed to be covered in a layer of complicated inscriptions. They formed a strange pattern that covered the entire sword. It seemed to contain the truths of the world and the mysteries of the universe. It radiated with a mysterious presence. As soon as the violet sword condensed, it turned into a violet streak of light and shot off into the distance with unimaginable speed. It vanished in a single instant. It was so fast that it had completely surpassed lightning. Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He was secretly shocked. The speed at which the violet sword shot out had left him extremely shocked. It was a speed that no one could dodge. He struggled to imagine just who could dodge the attack of the violet sword. In a region isolated by tremendous energy in the center of the artifact's space, there was a huge palace. At this moment, a handsome middle-aged man in white robes sat on the ground with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes snapped open. The moment he opened his eyes, the surrounding space distorted violently. Even the huge palace trembled slightly. This is the same presence as mine. Has an existence like me come here? The middle-aged man was shocked. He then vanished into thin air. In another region of the artifact's space, Ziying looked in the direction where the violet sword had vanished from where Jianshan was. He said, "The artifact's spirit is not weak, but its grade is nowhere close to ours. It can't sense Qing Sua and I at all. However, I've already notified it. It should be here soon." "Who are you? Where did you come from?" A heavy voice boomed out of nowhere as soon as Ziying finished speaking. With that, a white-robed middle-aged man appeared in the air. He looked down at Jianshan's group of 3 like they were insignificant ants. He was the artifact's spirit of the Origin Saint artifact. He was the god that ruled over everything in the Origin Saint artifact. He could control all the energy in the Origin Saint artifact as he pleased, so he naturally had his pride. Ziying frowned slightly from the middle-aged man's pride. He immediately snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "How dare a mere immortal tier artifact spirit act so arrogantly before me? You're looking to die." A supreme sword chi radiated from Ziying. It swept through the air like an invisible storm, rampaging through the artifact's space fearlessly. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. His cold gaze was immediately replaced by deep fear. He rapidly retreated as his gaze toward Ziying became filled with extreme fear. The middle-aged man was the spirit of the Saint artifact. His every action could affect the changes in the artifact's space. At that moment, the entire artifact's space violently shook as if an earthquake was happening. Many mountains collapsed, startling all the participants. They had no idea what was happening. In the City of God, there was a huge, white ball that was 10 meters wide at the top of the tower of the Radiant Saint Master Union. The white ball was completely condensed from the Radiant Saint force in the surroundings. It was extremely pure, and a powerful Saint artifact that basically everyone in the City of God knew about was hidden in the center of the white ball. The Saint artifact was known as the Origin Saint artifact by the people of the Radiant Saint Master Union. It had existed since ancient times and had silently accompanied the Union for countless years now. It had always maintained its current appearance, never changing at all. However, at this moment, the sphere of white light around the Saint artifact suddenly shook violently. A strand of golden light could be vaguely seen leaping about inside, causing the Radiant Saint force in the surroundings to become extremely unstable. Even the headquarters of the Union was affected. The huge castle shook gently as a large amount of dust fell down. The shaking of the castle alarmed everyone inside. Immediately, a large number of white-robed Radiant Saint Masters ran out from the castle. They stared at the shaking Saint artifact at the top of the castle in shock. No one knew what was happening. At this moment, over a dozen streaks of white light flew out from the castle. The president and the elders all hovered in the air on a white cloud as they stared at the shaking Saint artifact in shock. Immediately after, several figures silently appeared beside the president. They all stared at the sacred artifact that was constantly swaying. Their expressions were also filled with doubt. None of them could explain the scene before them. They had no idea what was going on. What is happening? Why has the Saint artifact, which has never changed, suddenly shook? An extremely old man spoke. His voice was hoarse and weak. If Jianshan were present, he would definitely recognize the old man as the person who had appeared in the Tower of Radiance and wiped the tables and chairs with a towel. Has something happened in the artifact space? The president of the Union growled. The light in his eyes flickered as he became uneasy. No one replied to the president because no one could explain what was happening. The Saint artifact had existed for countless years, but nothing like this had ever happened. The shaking of the Saint artifact did not last for very long. It slowly calmed down after a few seconds and returned to how it was before. However, the influence it had on the people of the Union could not be erased no matter what. The middle-aged man had already retreated to 500 meters away from the artifact's space. He stared at Ziying in fear. It was not because of Ziying's strength. Instead, it was because he could sense a tremendous pressure from Ziying's soul. The pressure made him fearful and cowardly, where he could not even think about resisting. As a matter of fact, the middle-aged man even had the misconception that Ziying only needed a thought to make his soul disperse and his mind vanish, turning the Origin Saint artifact back into a Saint artifact without an artifact spirit. It was as if the violet-robed young man was a ruler and he was only a subject. If the ruler wanted the subject to die, the subject had no choice but to die. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? The middle-aged man was utterly terrified. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Ziying glared at the middle-aged man and called out, "You're just an immortal tier artifact spirit, yet you dare to disrespect me?" With that, an even greater pressure radiated from Ziying. This was a pressure that only targeted the artifact spirit. Only the artifact spirit could sense it. The middle-aged man's pale face became even paler. He staggered back a few steps and his entire body trembled violently. This pressure had already penetrated deep into his soul, causing him to feel fear from the depths of his soul. He felt as if his spirit body was about to collapse. Chapter 762. Plop. Suddenly, the middle-aged man dropped to his knees and constantly kowtowed to Ziying as he begged, "Spare me, Exalted One. Please spare me. I was blind to have offended you, Exalted One. Please spare my life." At this moment, the middle-aged man understood that the purple-robed youth in front of him was once an incomparably powerful existence. This kind of power had completely exceeded his imagination. In front of him, he was not even qualified to carry his shoes. He was absolutely not someone he could offend. Ziying slowly withdrew her presence and coldly stared at the middle-aged man. She said, "Stand up. I'll forgive you for offending me this time, but don't do it again." "Thank you, Exalted One. Thank you, Exalted One." The middle-aged man slowly stood up as if he had been pardoned. However, he could not help but think about the unfamiliar scene that had suddenly appeared in his head. He knew that it was all real, and he knew even more clearly that the two swords that seemed to split apart the world belonged to the pair before him. As a result, the middle-aged man's fear and dread for the sword spirits had reached an extreme. Even though this was his own world, even though he was as powerful as a god in this world, the middle-aged man did not dare to think about resisting at all before the sword spirits. Even though he knew that the sword spirits had become much weaker and were not his opponent, he still did not dare to think about resisting at all. All that remained in his heart was extreme fear and dread. Ziying stared at the trembling middle-aged man for a while before losing interest. She looked at Qing Suo with a gentle gaze and said, "Qing Suo, let's go back. Master, I'll leave the matters here to you." "All right." Qing Suo nodded slightly before shooting into Jianshan's head with Ziying as a streak of light. They had indeed been rather surprised when they discovered the artifact spirit earlier, but that was all. With their former status and strength, they did not take the artifact spirit of the Saint artifact seriously at all. The middle-aged man finally relaxed when he heard Ziying's voice. However, before he could celebrate, Ziying called him master again. He trembled violently, and his gaze toward Jianshan became filled with deep fear. This person must be extraordinary to be able to become the master of the two supreme swords. I can't offend him. Even if he's weak, I can't underestimate him. The middle-aged man warned himself inside. He had been frightened out of his wits by the scene that had appeared in his head. He placed anyone related to the sword spirits on his list of people he could not offend. The middle-aged man glanced at Jianchen with some fear before carefully making his way up. He bowed deeply to Jianchen and said extremely politely, "Greetings to the Venerable One." Jianchen studied the artifact spirit in surprise. He found the way the artifact spirit had addressed him funny, but Jianchen did not try to correct it. He asked, "How should I address you?" "Venerable One, I still don't have a name, but they all call me Master Artifact Spirit," said the middle-aged man. "They?" A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. "Who are you referring to by they?" "Venerable One, they're the presidents of the Radiant Saint Master Union," said the middle-aged man. Jianchen sank into his thoughts and did not dwell on the topic. He looked at the middle-aged man in interest and said, "I've come this time to obtain origin energy so that I can become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master. Since you're the artifact spirit, you must be able to control origin energy as well." The middle-aged man became slightly troubled when he heard that. He said, "Venerable One, you may not know this, but all the origin energy in the artifact space has been sealed by a powerful barrier. I may be the artifact spirit, so I can control everything in this space, but I can't control the barrier that seals the origin energy. This is because the barrier has existed for who knows how long before I gained sentience. It's extremely tough as well. Even if I use all the energy in the artifact space, I can't break through it." Jianchen frowned slightly when he heard that. Perhaps because he could tell that Jianchen was unhappy, the middle-aged man added in a hurry, "Venerable One, although the barrier is so small that it can't be broken, it opens once every 50 years. There's still a year before it opens again. Once it opens again, Venerable One will be able to absorb the origin energy." Jianchen sighed inside when he heard that. It seemed like he needed to follow the rules of the Union step by step if he wanted to become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master. Jianchen bid farewell to the middle-aged man and left on a white cloud. He flew off into the distance and continued to search for other participants so that he could obtain more achievements from them. 50 kilometers away from Jianchen, 5 white-robed Radiant Saint Masters flew toward Jianchen on a cloud. 2 of them were middle-aged men and 3 were old men. They all came from a few large clans in a king-level city within the Holy Emperor's empire. "If the 5 of us work together this time, we'll probably be able to put up a fight even if we come across someone on the 10 Great Experts rankings. Even if we can't beat them, running away won't be a problem. As soon as we come across a single person or a group with fewer people, we'll immediately take action and steal their achievements. We'll do our best to get one of us into the top 10. The one who spoke was an old man. He was very confident in his group's strength, because all 5 of them had reached the 3rd tier of the Radiant Theurgy. Once they worked together, they would have nothing to fear even if they came across an expert of the 4th tier. I hope so. But this artifact space is just too big. The 5 of us have already traveled over 20 kilometers, but we haven't come across a single person, a middle-aged man complained with some dissatisfaction. Everyone, look. Isn't there a person up ahead? Suddenly, another middle-aged man revealed a look of surprise and cried out as he pointed up ahead. Hearing this, everyone looked up and saw that in front of them, there was a ball of white light rapidly approaching them. With that, the 5 Radiant Saint Force cultivators immediately rejoiced. One of the old men said in a hurry, "There's only one person, so we can't let this fish go. Everyone, go and surround him first to prevent him from escaping." Without any hesitation, the 5 of them immediately accelerated toward the Radiant Saint Master who was flying towards them. The person on the other side had clearly discovered them as well, but he did not change his speed at all. he continued to fly over steadily along his original path. Very soon, the group of 5 surrounded the radiant Saint Master who had come alone. At the same time, a layer of radiant armor condensed from radiant Saint force enveloped them tightly, leaving only their eyes exposed. Jianshan stared at the 5 people around him calmly. He sneered and said, "What's the meaning of this? The meaning of this? Haha, what do you think the meaning of this is? Kid, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. I'd advise you to give up and leave obediently so that you don't have to suffer." An old man laughed aloud as he stared at Jianshan coldly. "Exalted One, do you want me to viciously punish these people for offending you?" The artifact spirit's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. It was rather angry. The 5 Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters who surrounded Jianshan had never thought that not only had they offended someone they could not afford to offend, but they had even angered the artifact spirit. Jianshan gently shook his head. He seemed to murmur to himself, "There's no need. I don't need you to interfere with my matters. You just need to do what you need to do. If they face life-threatening danger later, just take them away." "Yes, Exalted One," the artifact spirit replied politely. It obeyed Jianshan completely, as if Jianshan was its master. "Kid, what are you mumbling about? Have you thought it through? If you don't make up your mind in 3 seconds, don't blame us for not going easy on you," a middle-aged man said impatiently. If it were not for the fact that they wanted to conserve as much energy as possible, the 5 of them would have taken action long ago. Jianshan stared at the people around him and sneered. "You want me, Yang Yutian, to give up? You're dreaming." Jianshan reached out with his hands and condensed 5 radiant swords in an extremely short amount of time. They pulsed with powerful energy. "What? You're Yang Yutian?" The 5 people's expressions changed drastically. They stared at Jianshan in disbelief as well as endless shock. Yang Yutian's name was like thunder to them. In the entire city of God, all the Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters were familiar with the name Yang Yutian because he was a miraculous figure. Not only had he become a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master at 24 years of age, but his control over the radiant arts had also reached an extremely high level. He had once slain over 30 Heaven Saint Masters on the Fragrance River outside the City of God, leaving all the Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters speechless. Jianshan did not give them the chance to beg for mercy. A sharp light flashed through his eyes and with a thought, the 5 radiant swords immediately shot toward the 5 of them as streaks of white light. The 5 of them were quite frightened by Jianshan's name. They became slightly stunned and were struck in the chest heavily by the radiant swords. Spurt! The 5 of them all vomited blood as they were blown away by the huge force. Their faces had become pale while the radiant armor on them became covered with web-like cracks. In the end, with a bang, the radiant armor on them shattered from Jianshan's attack. Chapter 763. The 5 Radiant Saint Masters were blown away as they vomited blood from Jianshan's strike. The clouds that supported their flight vanished as well, causing them to fall heavily onto the ground with a 50-meter-long parabola. The 5 Heaven Saint Masters were not as tough as fighters. Even though they did not die from the fall, they felt like all their bones had been broken. They even lost the strength to speak from the excruciating pain. Their pale white faces had become purplish from the fall. They were in excruciating pain. They had never experienced such intense pain in their lives. Jianshan coldly stared at the 5 Radiant Saint Masters on the ground. He felt no pity for them at all. With a thought, another 5 radiant swords condensed in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the 5 radiant swords shot toward the chests of the 5 Radiant Saint Masters as silver-white streaks of light. This time, the 5 Radiant Saint Masters no longer had the power to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the 5 radiant swords shot towards their chests. At that moment, they had never felt so close to death before. Even though they knew that they could not die in the artifact space, they still felt a sliver of fear towards death when they personally faced it. The radiant swords pierced through the chests of the 5 Radiant Saint Masters mercilessly. However, before the sharp tips of the radiant swords could pierce through their bodies, 5 huge pillars of light descended from the sky. They enveloped the 5 of them and vanished. The radiant swords under Jianshan's control dispersed the moment the 3 pillars of light appeared. They had been directly crushed by the power of the pillars of light. In the blink of an eye, the 5 radiant Saint Masters who were about to die had vanished, leaving behind 5 finger-sized specks of white light in the air. This artifact spirit sure is powerful. It can actually save someone at such a critical juncture. The timing is perfect. I wonder just how powerful this artifact spirit is in the Saint Artifact space, Jianshan murmured. Jianshan thought to himself as he stared in the direction that the 5 of them had vanished. His opinion of the artifact spirit increased once again. Afterward, Jianshan arrived in front of the 5 specks of light floating in the air. He took out an ancient jade pendant from his bosom and absorbed all of the specks of light. These specks of light were the so-called battle records. They were similar to the battle records that Jianshan obtained by killing people in the mercenary tournament. The only difference was that one was a physical object, while the other was a virtual object. This was because the battle records were completely generated by Saint Artifact. Everyone only had one battle record at the beginning, and then they had to kill other participants to increase their battle record. The ancient jade pendant was the item that recorded the battle record. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. During that time, Jianshan had already crossed several hundred kilometers at a steady pace on a cloud. He discovered signs of battle in many places along the way. There was quite a lot of blood everywhere. Clearly, quite a few radiant Saint Masters had encountered each other in these places, resulting in conflict. During that time, Jianshan also came across a few groups of radiant Saint Masters. There were 7 at most, and there were even 2 radiant Saint Masters who were alone like him. The appearance of these people directly increased Jianshan's battle achievements from 8 to over 40. Jianshan flew through the air on a cloud condensed from radiant Saint Force. He had already expanded the senses of his soul as far as he could, enveloping a range of 20 kilometers in search of the participants. At this moment, Jianshan came to a slight halt. He stared ahead with a pair of sharp eyes as he frowned slightly. 30 kilometers ahead of him, a black cloud rapidly drifted through the air. A few radiant Saint Masters on white clouds fled for their lives with undisguised fear. The black cloud behind them was not a true black cloud. Instead, it was composed of pitch-black flying magical beasts. There were thousands of them. Class 4 magical beasts, black crows. There are just too many of them. Jianshan stared at the black cloud composed of countless flying magical beasts as a sliver of surprise appeared on his face. He had killed quite a few Class 4 magical beasts in his life, but this was the first time Jianshan had seen thousands of them appear at the same time. At this moment, the radiant Saint Masters chased by the black crows discovered Jianshan as well. They immediately changed their direction, flying straight towards Jianshan. They wanted to drag Jianshan down with them. Jianshan sneered at the sight of this. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He stood on a white cloud as he flew towards the black crows at a steady pace. The radiant Saint Masters chased by the black crows all rejoiced when they saw Jianshan's actions. That person clearly doesn't know the power of the black crows. Not only is he not running, but he's even flying over. Is he looking to die? Does that idiot think that the black crows are just Class 1 magical beasts and that they're easy to kill? Even if they are Class 1 magical beasts, they won't be easy to kill if there are thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Not to mention that they're all Class 4 magical beasts with a few Class 5 magical beasts among them. Even the strongest Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, Carolee, would probably die if she encountered so many black crows. Is that person so confident that he thinks he's stronger than Carolee, who ranks first among the 10 great groups of experts? No matter what, since that person is recklessly flying over, let's get him to keep the black crows busy so that we have time to escape. That's right. Let's hope that person isn't too weak and can keep the Black Crows busy so that we have more time to find other Radiant Saint Masters. Once we have enough people, we might be able to hold off the Black Crows for a while." The Radiant Saint Masters chased by the Black Crows all sneered. At the same time, they were secretly accumulating power. They were prepared to use their full speed to pull away from the Black Crows as soon as the person in front attracted the attention of the Black Crows behind them. They firmly believed that the person in front of them would not be able to keep the Black Crows busy for long. Before long, the Radiant Saint Masters chased by the Black Crows approached Jianchen. In order to encourage Jianchen, someone immediately called out to Jianchen from afar, "Sir, please lend us a hand. We'll work together to kill these Black Crows." As they spoke, powerful Saint force had already condensed before them. From the looks of it, they really did seem to want to fight to the death with the Black Crows behind them. Jianchen did not even glance at the Radiant Saint Masters. Instead, he stared at the Black Crows behind them. The Radiant Saint Masters in the surroundings had already begun to gather around Jianchen. The Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters all sneered inside when they saw how Jianchen actually wanted to fight against the Black Crows. When they brushed past Jianchen, the Radiant Saint force that had condensed before them immediately gathered beneath their feet, causing their speed to suddenly increase. They flew past Jianchen with lightning speed and fled into the distance. Jianchen slowly closed his eyes and began to gather Radiant Saint force with all his might. It was as if he did not see the Radiant Saint Masters fly past him with a gust of wind. Suddenly, the calm Radiant Saint force in the surroundings suddenly became violent. Visible streaks of white light shot over from all directions, gathering around Jianchen. At that moment, all the Radiant Saint force in a radius of 10 kilometers began to boil. It seemed to have turned into a storm, causing a gale to sweep through the surroundings. Although the Black Crows were not powerful, only Class 4, there were just far too many of them. Jianchen needed to deal with them carefully. The Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters all became surprised when they sensed the violent Radiant Saint force in the surroundings. Shock filled their faces, and they could not help but come to a halt. They hovered a few kilometers away as they stared at Jianchen in shock. He can actually gather all the Radiant Saint force in a radius of 10 kilometers all by himself. How is this possible? The rate at which Radiant Saint force gathers is just far too fast. This is definitely not something that Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters can achieve. Is he a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master? Who is this person? He's actually so powerful. Probably even Kara Livy, who ranks first among the 10 great expert groups, isn't as powerful as him. Even Kara Livy, who ranks first among the 10 great expert groups, can't gather Radiant Saint force at such a speed. The Radiant Saint Masters all cried out as they hovered in the distance. At that moment, their gazes towards Jianchen had completely changed. Now, the Black Crows were less than 300 meters away from Jianchen. They rapidly swarmed towards Jianchen. At the same time, an extremely powerful ball of Radiant Saint force gathered around Jianchen. The dazzling white light was like the sun, causing the surroundings to dim before it. Boundless rain. A cold voice rang out from the ball of Radiant Saint force. The ball of Radiant Saint force immediately began to condense, turning into bean-sized droplets that hovered around Jianchen. Every single droplet pulsed with powerful energy. They were filled with a sharp presence. Just when the Black Crow beast was 50 meters away from Jianchen, Jianchen, who was surrounded by raindrops, pointed his finger. The countless raindrops seemed to have turned into sharp arrows, leaving behind tiny white streaks in the air as they flew towards the Black Crow beast like lightning. The bean-sized droplets collided with the Black Crows and directly passed through them. They did not slow down at all as they continued to shoot toward even more Black Crows behind them. Every single droplet pulsed with powerful energy, enough to threaten Heaven Saint Masters and heavily injure Earth Saint Masters. Even though the Black Crows possessed the bodies of magical beasts, they were only Class 4 after all. Their feathers, which were extremely tough in the eyes of regular fighters, were unable to stop the tiny droplets at all. They were as fragile as tofu. Chapter 764. Thousands of black crows had already surrounded Jianchen. From afar, it seemed like a huge, black ball hovering in the air, completely swallowing Jianchen. It was impossible to see what was going on inside from the outside. The Heaven Saint Masters who stood a few kilometers away stared closely at the scene before them. Their faces were rather mixed. They had never thought that a random participant they had come across would be so powerful, able to fend off thousands of Class 4 magical beasts all by himself. No one would believe them if they told them about this. Who is that person? He's actually so powerful. He must be quite famous. Is he Jackie, who ranks second on the rankings? Probably only Jackie has such strength among Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters. Impossible. I've personally witnessed Jackie's strength. He's very powerful, but it's impossible for him to be as powerful as a bandit. Jackie can't gather Radiant Saint force at such a fast rate either. Who cares who he is? No matter how powerful he is, he's only a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. It's impossible for him to survive the encirclement of so many black crows. That's right. A Class 6, Radiant Saint Master can't deal with so many Class 4 black crows, not to mention that there are a few Class 5 magical beasts hidden among them. Unless he's a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, the best outcome would be for him to flee like us. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see the blood rain and the black crow beasts that fell from the sky? How long has it been? Hundreds of black crow beasts have already died. Moreover, all the black crow beasts' bodies are riddled with holes. Many of them have even turned into powder and fell to the ground. If the time is a little longer, perhaps this person can really kill all the black crow beasts by himself. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. The Radiant Saint Masters fell silent as they stared ahead. However, when they saw the black crow beasts fall from the sky like rain, shock silently filled their hearts. They were confident that it was impossible for them to kill so many black crow beasts so quickly when they were surrounded by so many of them. The Radiant Saint force in the surroundings constantly gathered toward Jianchen. Under Jianchen's control, it constantly condensed into bean-sized droplets that fell in all directions. At the same time, Jianchen used the Radiant Arte over and over again without stopping. At this moment, Jianchen was surrounded by thousands of black crows, but he remained composed. The area 30 meters around him was completely empty. The black crows were unable to charge in at all because once they did, they would be riddled with holes by the black crows. They would directly die without an intact corpse. At that moment, Jianchen seemed to have become a killing machine as he hovered in the air. Several or even more black crows would die every second. The ground below had already been dyed red. The dense corpses of the black crows had even formed a thick carpet on the ground. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The death of their comrade did not make the black crow beasts retreat. Instead, the smell of blood in the air made the black crow beasts even more frenzied and violent. They were all fearless as they charged toward Jianchen like moths to a flame. The black crows decreased at a visible rate. At this moment, over a dozen larger Class 5 black crows suddenly let out a sharp cry. They charged at Jianchen with a tremendous presence. Their bodies were like tough metal. When the black crows landed on their bodies, they actually produced clanging sound. They were actually able to block the attacks. Even so, the black crows were still able to resist the attacks of the black crows. When their bodies were about 10 meters away from Jianchen, they could no longer move forward. A cold light flashed in Jianchen's eyes. The power of the black crows suddenly increased by more than 2 times. This time, the Class 5 black crows were no longer able to block the attacks of the black crows as easily as before. Every raindrop that was the size of a soybean would cause their bodies to blossom with beautiful flowers of blood. Although the raindrops could not penetrate their bodies, they were still able to inflict heavy injuries. It didn't take long for these rank 5 black crow beasts to meet the same fate as their companions. Their bodies were dismembered, and they fell from the sky with countless holes. Caw! Suddenly, an ear-piercing cry rang out from the group of black crows. The sound was sharp and had the power to pierce through gold and shatter stone. It was so loud that it made one's eardrums hurt. As the sound rang out, the black crows surrounding Jianchen seemed to have received an order. They all gave up attacking Jianchen and scattered far away. Jianchen's body, which had been hidden by the black crows, finally reappeared. The surrounding black crows all retreated 3 kilometers away and stared at Jianchen covetously. As they retreated, a black crow beast king that was 10 meters long and as black as ink appeared before Jianchen's eyes. Its red eyes were filled with bloodthirst and brutality as it stared at Jianchen fiercely. The strength of a Class 6 magical beast. Jianchen stared coldly at the black crow beast king. He had long discovered the existence of this black crow beast king. However, a Class 6 magical beast was not worthy of his attention. Caw! Suddenly, a tremendous pressure radiated from the black crow beast king. It immediately turned into a black streak of light as it charged toward Jianchen. The toughness of a Class 6 magical beast's body was extremely great, far greater than that of a Heaven Saint Master. If he continued to use the heavenly rain, it would only be like scratching an itch for the black crow beast king. It would not pose any threat to him at all. Jianchen opened his hand and a radiant sword immediately formed. It shot toward the black crow beast king as a white streak of light. Boom! The sword of holy light clashed with the black raven beast king, producing a loud boom. The powerful recoil and energy shockwaves not only stopped the black raven beast king from charging forward, but also pushed it back. Blood began to appear on its head. Jianchen's eyes narrowed as he murmured to himself, "The black crow beast king's body really is tough. My attack that can heavily injure a Heaven Saint Master has only scratched its skin. Looks like normal attacks can't harm it anymore." The black crow beast king seemed to be infuriated. It roared at the sky and opened its mouth. A huge ball of energy shot toward Jianchen with lightning speed. Jianchen remained calm as he chanted, "Radiant Shield." The radiant saint force in the surroundings condensed at an unbelievable speed, forming a 2-meter-wide shield that blocked the ball of energy. At the same time, Jianchen pointed a finger at the sky. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes as he yelled, "Sword of Adjudication." At that moment, all the radiant saint force in a radius of 10 kilometers seemed to be sucked in by a great force. It rapidly gathered toward Jianchen, condensing into a 10-meter-long sword above Jianchen's finger in the end. It shone with a dazzling white light and pulsed with an extremely terrifying energy. Before it, even a heaven-tier battle skill from a Heaven Saint Master paled in comparison. The Sword of Adjudication. It's actually one of the 3 great divine techniques, the Sword of Adjudication. Only Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters can use it. He really is a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master. He's Yang Yutian. It's said that Yang Yutian can control the 3 divine trees as a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master. There's also a rumor that Yang Yutian used the forbidden technique, God's Descent, on the most luxurious boat on the Fragrance River, killing several dozen Heaven Saint Masters in a single strike. The appearance of the Sword of Adjudication made the Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters in the distance pale in fright. Caw! The black crow beast king produced a strange cry. Its scarlet eyes were filled with fear as it stared at the 10-meter-long sword above Jianchen's head. It could sense the destructive power within the sword, which made it feel a sliver of fear. Afterward, the black crow beast king rapidly retreated. It constantly flapped its wings, shooting huge wind blades at Jianchen in an attempt to keep Jianchen busy so that it could escape. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he saw the wind blades shoot over. He swung the Sword of Adjudication loudly, cutting through all the wind blades that were about to reach him. Afterward, the Sword of Adjudication turned into a silver-white streak of light, pursuing the Black Crow Beast King with unbelievable speed. The Sword of Adjudication directly passed through the Black Crow Beast King's body, severing all of its life force. In the end, it vanished into the horizon. No one knew where it had gone. Caw! Before it died, the Black Crow Beast King produced a sorrowful cry filled with unwillingness. The sound reverberated through the sky, spreading far and wide. Afterward, its huge body fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Caw! Suddenly, a shocking roar rang out from afar. It was filled with grief and fury. It passed through the obstruction of countless mountains and rivers, reverberating through the sky. With the voice, an extremely vast presence appeared from afar. The Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters a few kilometers away immediately paled. They felt like the voice was like a heavy hammer that slammed into their chests, causing them to vomit blood. Their faces immediately paled. Chapter 765. For once, Jianchen became stern. He could tell that it was an extremely powerful Class 7 magical beast from the roar. It was at the 5th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler at the very least. Why is there such a powerful magical beast here? Jianchen was secretly surprised. The magical beast that had roared out was clearly a member of the same clan or a senior of the Black Crow Beast King he had killed. He knew that he had angered the powerful Class 7 magical beast far away by killing the Class 6 Black Crow Beast King. The Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters in the distance all became sheet-white. They became extremely frightened. The earth-shaking roar from before had already frightened them out of their wits. They were now filled with endless fear, causing their bodies to gently tremble and their legs to tremble. TTT, it must be a Class 7 magical beast. Let's go. Let's go. Why are we still staying here? Do we want to die? A Class 6 Radiant Saint Master said with a trembling voice before immediately gathering the other Radiant Saint Masters to form a white cloud. They hurriedly stepped onto it and fled. The other Radiant Saint Masters all returned to their senses. As soon as they thought about the terror of a Class 7 magical beast, they could not help but shiver inside. They no longer dared to stay there any longer, immediately fleeing as quickly as they could. A cold light flashed through Jianchen's eyes as he watched them leave. He did not plan on letting them go. Although the existence of the Class 7 magical beast pressured Jianchen slightly, it was not as severe as the Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters. However, just when Jianchen wanted to chase after them, the surviving black crows in the surroundings all roared out furiously. They all stared at Jianchen with bloodshot eyes and charged toward Jianchen as quickly as they could. Clearly, they wanted to avenge their dead Class 6 magical beast. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Jianchen's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. The rain that filled the sky immediately condensed in front of him, and then shot towards the surrounding black crow beasts like lightning. A while later, when Jianchen had slaughtered all the black crow beasts, the Radiant Saint Masters had already fled. The corpses of the black crow beasts had piled up into a small hill on the ground below him. Blood flowed like a river, and the air was filled with the dazzling smell of blood. Jianchen slowly dispersed the Radiant Saint force before him. He glanced in the direction the Radiant Saint Masters had vanished in and gently said, "Count yourself lucky this time. If I see you again, I'll send you off." Jianchen arrived before the corpse of the Class 6 Black Crow Beast King several dozen meters away. He condensed a radiant sword in his right hand and directly stabbed it into the Black Crow Beast King's body. He removed a fist-sized monster core from the corpse with great familiarity. Jianchen finally smiled faintly as he looked at the Class 6 monster core in his hand. He had discovered a Class 6 magical beast hiding among the black crows long ago, and his objective had actually been the Class 6 monster core. Basically all Class 6 magical beasts gathered in the depths of the Cross Mountains, which was why there were so few of them on the Tian-Yuan continent. As a result, Class 6 monster cores were extremely precious and rare, almost becoming a commodity that could not be bought even if one had the money. I wonder if Ming Dong has successfully broken through to Heaven's Saint Master. If he has, he'll be able to use this Class 6 monster core, Jianchen murmured to himself. Although he had quite a few Class 5 monster cores in his space ring, Class 5 monster cores were no longer of much use to Heaven's Saint Masters. Only Class 6 monster cores would be of use to experts at that level of cultivation. Soon after, Jianchen frowned slightly and became distressed. He murmured, "It's a pity that the space ring has been sealed by the power of the Saint artifact here. I can't open it at all. Once the number of Class 6 monster cores increases, it'll be very difficult to carry them around." As soon as he said that, Jianchen seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Since the space ring has been sealed by the power of the Saint artifact, can I use the artifact's spirit to undo the seal?" Thinking up to there, Jianchen immediately became excited. He called out, "Is the artifact's spirit here?" "Exalted One, I'm here." As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, the artifact spirit's voice rang out by his ear. The white-robed middle-aged man had silently appeared by Jianchen's side. "Artifact spirit, can you undo the seal on my space ring?" Jianchen asked the artifact spirit. He was slightly excited inside. Hearing that, the artifact spirit finally remembered that it had sealed Jianchen's space ring. Its face immediately changed and it said in panic, "Please don't be angry, Exalted One. I didn't seal your space ring on purpose. I'll undo the seal right now." The artifact spirit immediately removed the seal on Jianchen's space ring. Jianchen checked the space ring and found that the powerful energy that sealed the space ring had indeed disappeared. This made him immediately happy. In this way, wouldn't he be able to take out everything he had obtained in here? Even the problem of the magic core would be solved completely. Jianchen immediately put the Class 6 magic core into the space ring. Then he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Artifact spirit, are there Class 7 magical beasts in this artifact space?" The artifact spirit dared not ignore Jianchen's question. It immediately said, "Yes, Exalted One. There are indeed many Class 7 magical beasts in this space. There are even a few Class 8 magical beasts." "What? There are Class 8 magical beasts here?" Jianchen was shocked. He could no longer remain calm because Class 8 magical beasts were equivalent to the Holy Emperor. And from the artifact spirit's words, Jianchen could tell that there were more than one Class 8 magical beasts that were equivalent to the Holy Emperor. He found it hard to believe. How did those powerful magical beasts get in here? Jianchen immediately asked. He was very curious about all of this. "Exalted One, this artifact has existed for countless years. There were already some magical beasts in here before I gained intelligence. They lived here and cultivated here. As time passed, their strength would naturally increase. The Class 7 and Class 8 magical beasts now have their current strength after cultivating here for a very long time. They also have many descendants," the artifact spirit explained to Jianchen. "Then will they attack the Radiant Saint Masters who are participating in the competition?" Jianchen asked. "Supreme Venerable, those 7th and 8th rank demonic beasts have all been sealed by this lowly one. They won't be a threat to those contestants. Only when those contestants have completely left will those seals be released and their freedom be restored." The artifact spirit basically told Jianchen everything he knew. He did not hide anything at all. As for the matter of sealing the magical beasts, this was something that the artifact spirit had reached an agreement with the past presidents long ago. Jianchen secretly let out a sigh of relief. The huge roar from afar had indeed pressured him a little because Jianchen had already sensed the power of the Class 7 Black Crow. Even with his strength as a fighter, he might not be able to defeat it. At this moment, a visible red gas suddenly drifted out from the blood on the ground and gathered towards Jianchen. In the end, it all entered the body of the white tiger that was sleeping on Jianchen's shoulder. Seeing this, Jianchen was stunned. Clearly, he did not understand what was going on. The eyes of the artifact spirit flashed. It immediately stared at the white tiger on Jianshan's shoulder and said, "Exalted One, the magical beast on your shoulder is not simple. It can actually absorb the essence hidden in the blood of the magical beasts and absorb it." Jianshan immediately sensed it carefully. As expected, he sensed that the red gas drifting out from the blood actually contained traces of essence. The white tiger is now on the verge of breaking through. Could it be that the essence in the blood of the magical beasts can help the white tiger break through? Jianshan understood very quickly. He could not help but feel excited. "Exalted One, I can feel that, after the magical beast on your shoulder absorbed the essence, it is actually strengthening at a very slow speed. If it absorbs enough essence, it will reach Class 6 in advance," the artifact spirit said. The artifact spirit's words confirmed Jianshan's guess. Jianshan let the artifact spirit leave with a trace of excitement. He stood there quietly by himself and slowly waited for the white tiger to absorb the essence floating out from the blood of the magical beast. Very quickly, the essence in the blood of the Class 4 black crow beasts had been completely absorbed by the white tiger. At this moment, suddenly, a red gas that was 100 times stronger than before drifted over from not far away. It slowly entered the white tiger's body and was absorbed by it. This was the essence of the Class 6 Black Crow Beast King. Jianshan could clearly feel that the essence of the Class 6 Magical Beast King was much stronger and purer than the essence of thousands of Class 4 magical beasts to the white tiger. In order to help the white tiger break through as soon as possible, it seems that I have to look for more Class 6 magical beasts, Jianshan muttered to himself. After waiting for a while, when there was no more essence floating out, Jianshan left the place. At the same time, he used his warrior's strength to take away all the magic cores of the black crow beast. With the artifact spirit as a cover, Jianshan was not afraid that his warrior's strength would be exposed, unless it was seen by the contestants. In the next few days, Jianshan collected battle records while hunting magical beasts. He used the essence hidden in the blood of the magical beasts to help the white tiger break through. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, more than a dozen Class 6 magical beasts had died at the hands of Jianshan. There were even more Class 5 and Class 4 magical beasts. Not only did he obtain quite a few Class 6 magic cores, but the sleeping white tiger had also absorbed a large amount of essence, causing its entire body to emit a faint white light. This white light continued to grow as the white tiger absorbed more essence. However, some of the Class 6 magical beasts that Jianshan had killed had backers. Some were the descendants of Class 7 magical beasts, and some were the subordinates of Class 7 magical beasts. Their deaths made the Class 7 magical beasts furious. They let out earth-shattering roars that echoed throughout the entire artifact space, causing the contestants in the artifact space to discuss spiritedly. They were terrified. Only a few people who understood the artifact space very well were able to remain calm. Chapter 766. 5 days later, Jianshan arrived above a forest. He slowly flew at a low altitude as he stood on a white cloud condensed from radiant Saint Force. He expanded the senses of his soul to a radius of 20 kilometers as he searched for Class 6 magical beasts and the other participants. Jianshan flew at a low altitude above the trees. He glanced at the white tiger on his shoulder and murmured, "The energy within Little White's body has begun to pulse unstably. Looks like it's at the critical moment of breaking through to Class 6. Since that's the case, I'll put aside the matter of collecting battle achievements in the artifact space for now. It won't be too late to continue collecting battle achievements after I assist the white tiger in breaking through. There's still 10 days until the competition anyway, so there's plenty of time. Once the white tiger becomes a Class 6 magical beast, it'll be equivalent to a human heaven saint master. And with its identity as a winged tiger, its battle prowess will definitely be much greater than other magical beasts. Even beasts of antiquity will be nowhere close to it. At that time, the white tiger will possess some ability to protect itself on the Tian Yuan continent. Unless it encounters a saint ruler, no one will be able to harm it. Roar! Just as Jianchen was deep in thought, a great roar suddenly rang out from up ahead. The sound wave rolled out, reverberating through the surroundings. A Class 6 magical beast. Jianchen's eyes lit up as he stared ahead in interest. He murmured, "This should be a Class 6 magical beast that has reached the peak. The vital energies in its blood are extremely dense, and its voice is filled with anger and pain. It looks like someone is fighting with it." Without any hesitation, Jianchen immediately sped up and flew in the direction of the sound. Over a dozen radiant Saint Masters were scattered in groups of 3 in a dense forest 30 kilometers in front of Jianchen. Milky white light constantly flickered, turning into radiant swords that shot toward the 6-meter-long Black Panther. The Black Panther had already reached the peak of Class 6. Its battle prowess was extremely great, but even with that being the case, it still struggled to fend off the attacks of over a dozen Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters. It was currently injured in many places and covered in blood. Its black fur had already been dyed red. Roar! The Black Panther constantly growled. Its vicious eyes were scarlet red. Not only did its wounds fail to decrease its battle prowess, but they also made it even more brutal. It became more and more valiant as it fought. As it constantly swung its front paws, powerful strands of energy shot toward the radiant Saint Masters in the surroundings one after another. The panther would spit out violent balls of energy from time to time. The radiant Saint Masters in the surroundings dealt with the attacks of the panther in an orderly fashion. They formed groups of 3, with 2 of them blocking the attacks of the panther, while the other constantly condensed radiant swords to attack the panther. Clearly, their teamwork had been honed for many years. More and more wounds appeared on the panther. Even though its defenses were very great, it was unable to last for very long against the constant attacks of the radiant swords. Roar! Suddenly, the panther roared at the sky. Bearing the price of 3 radiant swords, it arrived before one of the groups with a single leap. It opened its huge mouth and bit at one of them without any hesitation at all. The radiant Saint Master was unable to react in time. His entire upper body was bitten by the panther. In that moment of danger, a huge pillar of light descended from the sky, taking the radiant Saint Master with it and disappearing from the artifact's space. Clearly, this was not the first time the panther had seen this happen. It ignored the huge pillar of light and did not pause at all. It immediately charged toward a second radiant Saint Master and viciously swiped its sharp claws at the radiant Saint Master's chest. Crack! The radiant Saint Master's radiant armor was as fragile as tofu. It was directly shattered by the panther's attack, turning the radiant Saint Master's chest into a bloody mess. Arg! The radiant Saint Master cried out miserably as he was directly blown away. He vomited blood in the air as his face paled. The panther ignored the radiant Saint Master. It opened its huge mouth and bit at the third radiant Saint Master. Radiant sword! The radiant Saint Master did not become flustered at all. The radiant sword that he had just condensed immediately turned into a white streak of light, shooting into the panther's mouth with lightning speed. Boom! The radiant sword exploded loudly after entering the panther's mouth. A powerful pulse of energy leaked out from the panther's mouth, causing it to wail out in pain. Blood constantly flowed from its mouth. At the same time, the panther's huge mouth bit down on the radiant Saint Master, swallowing his entire upper body. At the brink of death, another huge pillar of light descended from the sky, taking the second radiant Saint Master with it and disappearing from the artifact's space. Quick! Attack its wounds with all your strength! A radiant Saint Master in another direction immediately called out. Soon afterwards, over a dozen radiant Saint Masters realized that this was a great opportunity to heavily injure the panther. All of them immediately began to condense radiant Saint Force and shoot it at the clearly deeper wounds on the panther at the same time. They planned on using those wounds to deal fatal damage to the panther. Swish, swish, swish. Over a dozen radiant swords shot out from the hands of the radiant Saint Masters at basically the same time. They struck the wounds on the panther with great precision, immediately widening them. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The Black Panther produced a chilling cry. He glanced at the radiant Saint Masters with eyes filled with endless hatred before leaping into the distance, fleeing into the distance. At this moment, a huge radiant sword that was 3 meters long shot down from the sky. It turned into a streak of light and chased after the fleeing Black Panther with astonishing force. In the end, it struck the Black Panther's wound viciously, worsening its injuries. The strike was extremely powerful. It was several times more powerful than the radiant swords shot out by the radiant Saint Masters. The huge panther was actually knocked into the air by the strike, landing heavily 3 meters away. A bone-deep wound appeared where it had been injured on its back. Even its organs were exposed. Roar! The panther produced a painful cry. The damage from the strike was just too great. This Class 6 magical beast can't hold on much longer. Let's go. We can't let anyone take it away. The radiant Saint Masters who had attacked the panther earlier yelled out. They all rushed toward the panther as surging radiant Saint Masters rapidly condensed in their hands, quickly forming radiant swords. They then shot them at the panther with a wave of their hands. They wanted to kill the panther as soon as possible and take its monster core. The radiant sword struck the panther, causing it to become even more heavily injured. The panther had already lost its ability to flee. All it could do was lie on the ground and produce painful growls. The vitality of Class 6 magical beasts was just too tenacious. The panther actually managed to survive the combined attacks of over a dozen Class 6 radiant Saint Masters. A figure rapidly approached from the distant sky. A white-robed radiant Saint Master hurried over on a white cloud. 3 radiant swords had already been condensed in his hands. He quickly flew over in a straight line, striking the deep wound on the panther's neck with great precision. Boom, boom, boom. Following 3 violent explosions, the head of the Black Panther, which was 1 meter in diameter, separated from its body. It was directly sent flying into the air by the powerful energy shockwave. Its head was separated from its body, and blood splattered all over the sky. The Class 6 magical beast that had fought against over a dozen Class 6 radiant Saint Masters for almost an hour had died to Genshin's hands just like that. Go collect the monster core! A radiant Saint Master immediately called out. Immediately, a few people ran over to the panther's corpse in an attempt to retrieve the monster core as soon as possible. At this moment, a few more radiant swords shot over from the sky. This time, their targets were actually the radiant Saint Masters who ran over to the panther's corpse. The expressions of all the radiant Saint Masters changed. They all snorted coldly and condensed a radiant sword. A portion of them shot toward the radiant swords that had attacked their companions, blocking Genshin's attacks. The other portion shot toward Genshin, who was flying over from afar. A radiant shield that was 2 meters in diameter appeared in Genshin's hand. He directly tossed it out and blocked all the radiant swords. Genshin did not slow down at all. He flew over the radiant Saint Masters and landed firmly before the panther's corpse. He immediately condensed a radiant sword and stabbed it into the panther's body, removing the monster core hidden within. His movements were smooth and extremely practiced. The radiant Saint Masters' faces became extremely ugly when they saw that the monster core had been taken away. They all glared at Genshin with hostility. Sir, it took us a lot of effort to heavily injure and kill this Class 6 magical beast, so the monster core should belong to us. Now that it's been taken away by you, sir, your actions seem to be rather inappropriate, an elder said with a cold expression. An old man said coldly with a sunken face. He could already tell that Jian Chen's strength was extraordinary from the short clash earlier. Otherwise, why would he waste so much time talking to Jian Chen? he would have directly charged at Jianchen with his advantage in numbers. "Sir, return the monster core to us, and we'll forget about what happened before. We'll go our separate ways in the future and mind our own business," another Radiant Saint Master said sternly. Another Radiant Saint Master growled. His gaze towards Jianchen was filled with some fear. Over a dozen of them had actually failed to stop Jianchen at all, allowing him to arrive before He Bao's corpse with great composure. They dared not offend Jianchen so easily. Jianchen grabbed a handful of grass from the ground and wiped away the blood on the monster core. Afterward, he looked at the Radiant Saint Masters and said indifferently, "Not only do I want the monster core, but I want your battle achievements as well." The faces of the Radiant Saint Masters all changed when they heard that. Fury rose up in their hearts. In their eyes, Jianchen was simply arrogant and condescending. He had gone a little too far. Not only had he taken their spoils, but he also wanted their battle achievements. This was a blatant provocation to them. Even though they knew that Jianchen's strength was extraordinary, they did not believe that Jianchen could fend off all of them by himself. They feared Jianchen because they did not want to provoke an expert like him so easily. It did not mean that they feared him. Chapter 767. The Radiant Saint Masters were infuriated by Jianchen. They all began to condense radiant swords to attack Jianchen. They shot out from their hands, shooting toward Jianchen mercilessly. They were confident that even if Jianchen was very powerful, he would not be able to fend off all of them by himself. This was because they were not weak either, and their teamwork was extremely good. Jianchen condensed a radiant shield with a diameter of 2 meters in front of him with his left hand, while he condensed 6 radiant swords in his right hand. The 6 radiant swords split into 3 different directions, shooting toward 3 of the Radiant Saint Masters. The first 3 radiant swords directly shattered the radiant armor on the 3 Radiant Saint Masters, while the last 3 radiant swords mercilessly struck the 3 Radiant Saint Masters who were not protected by radiant armor. They directly pierced through their bodies and into their chests. Just as they were facing a huge threat to their lives, 3 huge pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping their bodies and disappearing from sight. At the same time, the radiant swords landed on the radiant shield before Jianchen. With a great boom, Jianchen's radiant shield shattered loudly, but the fragments did not vanish. Instead, they shot forward as streaks of light, enveloping the 2 Radiant Saint Masters. The 2 Radiant Saint Masters had never thought that the fragments of the radiant shield would be able to harm people. Caught off guard, countless fragments directly shot into their bodies. Quite a few fragments even shot toward their hearts and throats, 2 fatal spots. Another 2 huge pillars of light descended from the sky, sweeping up the 2 Radiant Saint Masters and disappearing from the artifact's space. In just a single clash, 5 Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters had been slain by Jianchen. As a result, only 7 people remained out of the original group. The remaining 7 Radiant Saint Masters had become stunned. They all stared at Jianchen with pale white faces as deep fear filled their eyes. Jianchen's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. They had never thought that Jianchen would be able to kill 5 of their companions in such a short amount of time. Even though all of this had happened right before their eyes, they still struggled to accept it. They struggled to believe it. Is he a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master? At that moment, the 7 remaining Radiant Saint Masters all thought the same thing. In their eyes, only a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master could kill 5 Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters in such an unimaginable manner. At this moment, another 7 radiant swords condensed before Jianchen. They pulsed with energy from Radiant Saint Force, Radiant Saint Force. They were no weaker than a full-powered strike from a Saint Master. Run! The 7 remaining Radiant Saint Masters were shocked. They all fled in panic, no longer daring to stay behind and oppose Jianchen. They felt extremely regretful. If they had known earlier that Jianchen was so powerful, they would never have dared to ask for a Class 6 monster core from Jianchen. Jianchen did not plan on sparing them. Several radiant swords shot out with lightning speed, striking the backs of the 7 radiant Saint Masters mercilessly. The radiant armor on the 7 radiant Saint Masters was shattered. The powerful shockwaves surged into their bodies, causing their fragile bodies to suffer extremely great damage. They could not help but vomit blood as they lost their balance and fell to the ground. Rain of the sky! Jianchen bellowed out. Surging radiant saint force immediately condensed into bean-sized droplets of rain, which all rained down on the radiant Saint Masters. The radiant Saint Masters had already lost the ability to resist. They could only watch as the sharp droplets of rain enveloped them. Their eyes were filled with despair. This was the despair of making it to the top 10. The power of the Saint artifact appeared in time. A few huge pillars of light descended from the sky, sweeping up the 7 of them and making them vanish in a single instance. Jianchen's rain of the sky struck the ground as well. The violent energy within the droplets of rain erupted, blowing the soil into the air. Dust filled the surroundings. After the radiant Saint Masters were swept away by the power of the Saint artifact, they all left behind one or several finger-sized specks of white light. Clearly, the radiant Saint Masters had obtained some of the battle achievements of others. Now there were almost 30 specks of white light left behind. Jianchen used the jade pendant to absorb the white specks of light in the air. As a result, his battle achievements had reached over 100. He had reached a fifth of what he needed to make it to the top 10. Jianchen was not in a hurry because he knew that there were radiant Saint Masters fighting everywhere in the artifact space. The battle achievements he obtained from the participants were relatively fewer in the early stages. Once all the battle achievements were gathered from a small number of radiant Saint Masters, he could easily obtain several dozen or even over 100 battle achievements from any random radiant Saint Master he came across. After collecting the battle achievements, Jianchen arrived before the corpse of the Class 6 magical beast. Immediately, a red gas drifted out from the blood of the panther, which was absorbed by the white tiger in the end. The Black Panther's strength had already reached the peak of the 6th step. The essence, energy, and spirit contained in its blood was clearly much more powerful than that of ordinary 6th step magical beasts. After absorbing the essence, the white light emitted by the little white tiger grew more and more intense. Very soon, it formed a dazzling white light that wrapped around the little white tiger's entire body, making its petite body faintly discernible. Very soon, all the vital energies within the blood had been absorbed by the white tiger. Jianchen glanced at the white tiger sleeping on his shoulder and immediately frowned. He began to feel troubled inside. This was because the white tiger's current appearance was far too conspicuous. If the other contestants were to see it like this, then the uniqueness of the white tiger would be impossible to hide. Once the other contestants went out and spread the news, the uniqueness of the white tiger would quickly be known by the various large clans, thus attracting widespread attention. Although they might not be able to see through the true identity of the white tiger, it was better to be safe than sorry. If someone with extraordinary knowledge were to recognize the identity of the white tiger, then it would undoubtedly be a very frightening thing. This was definitely not a result that Jianchen wanted to see. Jianchen muttered to himself for a while, then immediately flew into the air. He found a mountain range several dozen kilometers away and opened up a cave in a very hidden place. He then placed the white tiger in the depths of the cave, intending to wait for the white tiger to break through. Jianchen sat 5 meters away from the white tiger with his eyes closed. He planned to accompany the white tiger as it broke through to prevent any accidents from happening. He sat there for 3 days. During those 7 days, the white light from the white tiger became more and more intense, but it still failed to break through. After waiting for 3 days, Jianchen finally couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up from the ground and stared at the little white tiger wrapped in white light with a vexed expression. Looking at the little white tiger's current state, it probably wouldn't be able to smoothly break through to the 6th rank even if it was given another half a month's time. And within the artifact space, Jian Chun didn't have that much time to wait. No, I can't keep waiting like this. The white tiger's current state is not suitable for being taken out of the artifact space, or it will definitely attract the attention of many people. Since the essence of a Class 6 magical beast's blood can help the white tiger break through, I'll go hunt a Class 6 magical beast, Jian Chun murmured to himself. He then immediately turned around and left the cave. For the sake of the white tiger's safety, he no longer cared about hiding his strength as a cultivator. He directly used his Saint Ruler ability to cast down a powerful barrier around the entrance of the cave, enveloping the entire cave. That way, no one could enter the barrier, no matter how hard they tried. After doing all that, Jian Chun used branches to cover the entrance of the cave, ensuring that it was completely covered. He then left to hunt Class 6 magical beasts in the distance. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. A total of 10 days had passed in the artifact space. There were only 5 days left before the competition ended. During these 2 days, Jian Chun gave up on competing with the other participants. He focused on finding and killing Class 6 magical beasts before throwing the corpses into his space ring so that the white tiger could absorb the essence of the blood. Helping the white tiger break through had become the top priority for Jian Chun right now, so he set aside the top 10 without any hesitation. In these 2 days, Jian Chun had killed over 10 Class 6 magical beasts, providing the white tiger with a large amount of essence to help it break through. After absorbing the essence of the Class 6 magical beasts, the white tiger took a step closer to breaking through. The white light around it had completely solidified, turning into a huge cocoon. Today, 8 white-robed radiant Saint Masters flew over a mountain range on a white cloud. Aside from the woman at the very front, the other 7 were all men of various ages. Aside from the woman, the other 7 all carried bulging bags on their back. The bags were completely made from beast hide. Chapter 768. The woman at the very front was devastatingly beautiful. She was the young lady of the Kara clan, the person who ranked first among the 10 great Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters, Kara Livy. A sliver of thought appeared in Kara Livy's eyes. She gently stroked her messy hair with her right hand and said softly, "Although I've never met Yang Yutian, I've heard quite a lot about him from Elder Lu. If I really have to compare Yang Yutian to Yuntian, I clearly favor Yang Yutian more. However, I wonder who Yang Yutian is and whether he's someone who can accomplish great things. Although Yuntian's offer is very generous, I don't trust him very much. As a result, it's best if we don't choose a side before personally meeting Yang Yutian." The young lady is right. The Radiant Saint Master Union is an extremely powerful force. Yang Yutian and Yun Tian will both be successors of the Union in the future, but the two of them are on opposing sides now. Once one of them fails, they'll be doomed. As a result, we can't be careless at a time like this. Once we stand on the wrong side, our Kara clan might become the Union's enemy as well, a middle-aged man said in agreement. Although this was an internal matter of the Radiant Saint Masters and they could choose not to participate, it was still a great opportunity to rope in the Union. Their Kara clan would not give up on this opportunity so easily. While they were talking, they were flying over a mountain range. However, at this moment, Kara Liwei, who was flying at the front, had a flash in her eyes. Her body that was flying at high speed immediately stopped and stared down with a sharp gaze. The people behind her all stopped as well. They all stared down in interest. They knew that their young lady had probably discovered something when she acted like that. However, they failed to find anything amiss even after staring at the mountain range for quite some time. They could not help but begin to doubt themselves. Immediately, one of them could not help but ask, "Young lady, what have you discovered?" Kara Livy gradually became stern. She said, "I can feel a strange power below. It seems to be a barrier that only Saint Rulers can use." A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the 7 Radiant Saint Masters when they heard that. They did not find it strange that Kara Livy could sense the power of the barrier because they all knew that the young lady before them had been extraordinary since she was young. Not only could she sense Radiant Saint Force as a Radiant Saint Master, she could even sense the powers of the other element. Ever since she became a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, she was able to sense the force of the world that only Saint Rulers could control. The only flaw was that she could only sense the existence of the other elements and force of the world, but she could not control them. The barrier used by Saint Rulers was formed from world force as well, so Kara Livy could obviously sense it. Wait for me for a moment, I'll go down and take a look. Kara Livy directly landed in the dense forest. Following the feeling in her heart, she finally found a cave in a place covered by branches. Kara Livy carefully observed her surroundings, and a gleam of light flashed through her eyes. She murmured, "The tree branch hasn't dried up yet, so it's clearly been broken recently. And this cave seems to have been dug out recently as well. Who did this?" Kara Livy furrowed her brows tightly. She seemed to think of something and her face changed slightly. She murmured to herself, "There's a barrier in a newly dug cave. Is there a Saint Ruler in the artifact space?" Although she came to a conclusion like that, Kara Livy showed no fear at all. It was not like she had never seen a Saint Ruler before. She had even come into contact with the Holy Emperor quite a few times, so a Saint Ruler was unable to make Kara Livy feel pressured at all. Kara Livy stared at the pitch-black cave and hesitated. She then raised her slender arms slightly and a powerful radiant sword immediately condensed in her jade-white hand. With a shake of her hand, the radiant sword turned into a streak of white light and shot into the cave like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A violent roar suddenly came from within the cave, and a surge of energy gushed out from the cave. It actually doubled the size of the 2-meter-tall cave, and the entire mountain trembled slightly with this attack. The enchantment was hidden inside the cave. When Kara Liwy's attack hit the enchantment didn't even shake. At the same time, several hundred kilometers away, the white-robed Jianshan had just killed a Class 6 poisonous demon scorpion. Just when he was about to put the scorpion into his space ring, a gleam of light suddenly flashed through his eyes. He called out, "Oh no, the barrier has been attacked. Looks like the white tiger's hiding spot has been exposed. I need to hurry back immediately." Jianshan changed his unhurried actions from before. With a wave of his hand, he cleanly put the huge corpse of the scorpion into his space ring before hurrying back as quickly as he could. Outside the cave, the disturbance caused by Kara Livy alarmed the Radiant Saint Masters in the sky. They immediately landed beside Kara Livy and asked, "Young miss, what happened?" Kara Liwy was silent. She stared intently at the boundary hidden in the depths of the cave. She cupped her fist towards the cave entrance and said, "I am a member of the Kara family. May I know which senior is cultivating in seclusion here?" Kara Livy did not want to destroy the barrier with her attack earlier. Instead, she wanted to alarm the person inside. Although her actions were rather impolite, Kara Livy did not take a Saint Ruler seriously at all. With her status in the Kara clan, there was no need for her to bow before a Saint Ruler. "Is there a Saint Ruler here?" The other Radiant Saint Masters all stared at the entrance of the cave. They were all surprised. This was the first time they had heard of a Saint Ruler in the artifact space. They waited outside the cave for a while, but they did not receive any response. "Young miss, let's go. Perhaps the senior doesn't want to see us, so there's no need for us to waste time here." A while later, a middle-aged man finally lost his patience and suggested from one side. Kara Livy sank into her thoughts and gently sighed, "Then let's go." With that, they turned around to leave. However, at this moment, a tremendous presence suddenly appeared from the cave. The presence was filled with supreme dignity and dominance, as if a supreme ruler had descended. It broke through the barrier and rapidly expanded outwards, enveloping the entire mountain range very quickly. Kara Liwy and the others paused. Their figures that were about to leave stopped abruptly. Each of them stood on a white cloud and floated in the air, staring intently at the cave. No, the presence is powerful, but it's nowhere near as powerful as a saint ruler. There's something strange about this place, an old man said with a deep voice as he stared at the cave. This aura is filled with majesty and dominance. Moreover, I can faintly sense a berserk aura mixed within. Could it be that the person hiding inside is a bloodthirsty person? A middle-aged man's face darkened slightly. No. Kara Livy gently shook her head. She stared at the cave with a strange light in her eyes and slowly said, "If I've guessed correctly, the presence is actually from a magical beast." What? A magical beast? The 7 Radiant Saint Masters were all surprised by Kara Livy's words, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that the young miss was right. This magical beast isn't powerful, so how is it able to use a barrier to protect itself? And from the looks of it, it seems to be in the process of breaking through. Moreover, it's breaking through from Class 5 to Class 6. Otherwise, if it's a Class 7 magical beast, its aura is definitely not something we can withstand. An old man analyzed carefully, but his heart was filled with doubt. Let's just wait here and see. Kara Livy remained calm, but the light in her eyes constantly flickered. Afterwards, they quietly hovered there and waited. They all wanted to see what was happening. An hour later, a white streak of light suddenly flew over from afar at an extremely fast speed. Its target was Kara Livy and the others. The arrival of the person immediately attracted the attention of Kara Livy and the others. A cold light flashed through the eyes of many of them, and one of them immediately sneered. That person is bold enough to barge in here alone, so he must be quite powerful. He should have quite a few battle achievements. Haha, the young miss just happens to lack some battle achievements. Why don't we collect all of that person's battle achievements? I just hope that his battle achievements won't disappoint us too much. An old man laughed aloud. The figure in the distance arrived before them very soon, standing 20 meters away from them. At this moment, Kara Livy finally saw the person's appearance. He was an extremely handsome young man who seemed to be in his 20s. However, what surprised Kara Livy was that she actually saw some resoluteness on the young man's handsome face. This resoluteness would only appear on fighters who had gone through many trials of life and death. However, it had actually appeared on a Radiant Saint Master who had always lived like a prince. This left Kara Livy extremely surprised. Coupled with the young man's cold gaze, it even gave Kara Livy the illusion that the young man before her was not a Radiant Saint Master, but a fighter who had gone through many trials and tribulations. However, what surprised Kara Livy the most was that her appearance didn't affect the young man in front of her at all. His cold gaze didn't even linger on her face for a moment. It was just an indifferent glance. In the past, there had always been a person who either immediately became infatuated or burned with desire when they saw her appearance. Even a few saint rulers would show a sliver of admiration when they saw her appearance. There had never been anyone who could remain calm after seeing her for the first time, or even look at her coldly. This made Kara Livy feel that the young man before her was clearly different from those people. Brat, obediently leave behind your battle achievements and then forfeit. That way you won't have to suffer. A middle-aged man behind Kara Livy stared coldly at Jianchen and said with a deep voice. A cold light flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he heard that. Raising his hand, a radiant sword immediately condensed in front of him. What speed of condensation! The people on the other side all became surprised when they saw what Jianchen had done. Even Kara Livy's eyes suddenly narrowed. Her gaze towards Jianchen had changed slightly because Jianchen had condensed Radiant Saint force just too quickly. Even she could not match up to him. Radiant armor. The Radiant Saint Masters of the Kara clan were all experienced, so they reacted very quickly. They immediately used radiant armor to protect themselves as quickly as they could and prepared for battle. At the same time, the radiant sword in Jianchen's hand shot toward the person who had spoken with lightning speed. It directly dispersed the incomplete radiant armor in front of him before viciously striking the chest of the Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Chapter 769. Genshin's actions immediately infuriated the Radiant Saint Masters of the Kara clan. Aside from Kara Livy, all the other Radiant Saint Masters began to condense radiant swords. The 6 radiant swords shot toward Genshin at the same time. Genshin's gaze was cold. He raised his left hand slightly and the radiant saint force in the surroundings rapidly condensed. In the blink of an eye, it actually condensed into a huge shield in front of him. At the same time, another 3 radiant swords condensed in Genshin's right hand. Boom! The 6 radiant swords collided with Genshin's shield, immediately producing a violent boom. The 6 radiant saint masters were not weak. They were far more powerful than the Radiant Saint Masters Genshin had encountered before. His radiant shield only managed to block 3 radiant swords before shattering. The remaining 3 radiant swords continued toward Genshin without slowing down at all. Genshin remained composed. He gently waved his right hand and the 3 radiant swords condensed before him immediately shot out with lightning-like speed. They collided with the 3 incoming radiant swords. The radiant swords condensed by Genshin were clearly more powerful than the radiant swords condensed by the Radiant Saint Masters. When the 6 radiant swords collided in the air, they immediately shattered. Genshin's radiant swords continued toward the 3 Radiant Saint Masters. However, after being weakened earlier, they were clearly much weaker. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 radiant swords struck the chests of the 3 radiant saint masters with lightning-like speed, causing their radiant armor to become covered in cracks. The 3 radiant saint masters immediately vomited blood from the violent impact. Their faces paled in an instant. The radiant saint masters of the Kara clan were all shocked. They stared at Genshin in disbelief. Genshin's strength had shocked them. What shocked them even more was that they had never even heard of such a powerful Radiant Saint Master. They found this very hard to believe. Their Kara clan had basically collected information on all Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters. Although it was impossible for them to know every single Class 6 Radiant Saint Master, they still paid great attention to a few powerful ones. Kara Livy also became extremely stern. She was extremely shocked by the strength of the young man before her. As the strongest Class 6 Radiant Saint Master, she actually did not have any confidence in defeating him. Genshin did not stop at all because of their shock. With a thought, a few more powerful radiant swords condensed before him. He could already sense the changes in the White Tiger. He needed to kill these people as quickly as possible and then return to the cave to check on the White Tiger's situation. Yang Yutian, stop. We're from the Kara clan. We don't want to become your enemy. At this moment, Kara Livy suddenly called out. Although she had never seen Genshin before, she had already guessed Genshin's identity. What? Yang Yutian? He's Yang Yutian? Kara Livy's call surprised the other Radiant Saint Masters of the Kara clan, but they soon came to a realization. An extremely unfamiliar Class 6 Radiant Saint Master actually possessed such unbelievable strength. Not only was he able to deal with them so easily when they worked together, but he had even heavily injured 3 of them. The only person who could achieve this was the 3rd disciple of the Union, Yang Yutian, who had also grasped a forbidden technique and killed over 30 Heaven Saint Masters all by himself. After learning the identity of the young man, the gazes of the Radiant Saint Masters of the Kara clan toward Genshin immediately changed. The anger in their eyes vanished because they all understood that it was extremely likely for the young man to become the president of the Union in the future. He was an important figure that they could not afford to offend. Genshin's hand paused slightly as he stared at Kara Livy in some surprise. He had not been enchanted by Kara Livy's alluring beauty. His face remained as cold as before as he asked, "You're from the Kara clan?" Kara Livy's limpid eyes stared at Genshin with some mixed feelings. She had never thought that meeting Yang Yutian would be like this. After what had happened earlier, Kara Livy had personally witnessed Yang Yutian's coldness, decisiveness, and viciousness, as well as his great strength. This allowed Kara Livy, who did not understand Yang Yutian at all, to finally understand what kind of person Yang Yutian was. Although Yang Yutian was only 24 years old, Kara Livy understood that Yang Yutian was completely different from regular Radiant Saint Masters after what had happened earlier. He could not be underestimated, nor could he be measured by age. That's right. We are indeed from the Kara clan. Yang Yutian, our Kara clan has no intentions of becoming enemies with you. What happened earlier was only a misunderstanding. Kara Livy looked at Jianchen and said softly. The moment she saw Yang Yutian, she immediately gave up on working with Yuntian. This was because Kara Livy understood that Yang Yutian could not be offended. If he was offended, the consequences would definitely be much more severe than offending Yuntian. Both Yang Yutian's talent and strength far surpassed Yuntian's. Kara Livy could even sense a faint presence of slaughter from Yang Yutian. This was definitely not something that Yuntian possessed. Jianchen fell silent for a while before gradually dispersing the radiant sword. He said emotionlessly, "You can go. Leave immediately." The Kara clan was one of the 3 great clans of the Holy Emperor's empire. They controlled a third of the Holy Emperor's empire's lifeline. At the same time, they possessed the strength of an ancient clan, which made Jianchen extremely fearful. He did not want to provoke the Kara clan over such a small matter. Most importantly, the Qinhuang kingdom was dependent on the Kara family. If he had a falling out with the Kara family, and his identity was exposed in the future, it would affect the Qinhuang kingdom. Seeing that Jianchen did not pursue the matter from before, the people from the Kara clan immediately let out a sigh of relief. This was because if their relationship with Jianchen deteriorated, it would probably affect their clan greatly. This was not something they wanted to see. Although one of them had been sent out by Jianchen due to the conflict earlier, it was not life-threatening. It was not a big deal. Now, the aura emitted from the white tiger's body was not something that Jianchen's barrier could block. The aura emitted from the cave was getting stronger and stronger. It covered an area of 100 miles, and this area was still expanding. The people from the Kara clan did not immediately leave. Kara Livy looked at the cave not far away, then she asked Jianchen, "Yang Yutian, do you know the situation inside this cave?" Hearing this, Jianchen slightly frowned. He stared at the people from the Kara clan impatiently and coldly said, "You all leave this place immediately. Otherwise, I can only offend you." Before chasing these people away, it was not convenient for Jianchen to enter the cave at all. This was because the barrier inside was difficult to explain, and he could not allow the white tiger's identity to be exposed. Jianchen's rude and unreasonable behavior caused the expressions of Kara Livy and the others to change slightly, especially Kara Livy. As the young lady of the Kara clan, she had never been yelled at like this before. "Yang Yutian, we discovered this cave first. Can't we even stay and take a look?" Kara Livy said with some dissatisfaction. Her beautiful face revealed some unconcealable anger. If any other Radiant Saint Master had dared to speak to her like this, she definitely would not have been polite. However, when she thought of Jianchen's strength and terror, as well as the fact that it was extremely likely that he would become the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union in the future, Kara Livy could only swallow her anger. The aura in the cave was constantly rising, and Jianchen could clearly sense that the energy inside was becoming more and more unstable. This made Jianchen rather anxious. "People of the Kara clan, since you don't want to leave, I'll just have to do it," Jianchen said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Radiant Saint force in the surroundings began to gather toward Jianchen. He pointed a finger at the sky and yelled, "Sword of Judgment!" In order to not waste any time, Jianchen no longer cared about anything else. Even if he had to offend the Kara clan, he would not hesitate to do so. Sword of Judgment, one of the 3 great theurgies. Yang Yutian, you. Kara Livy's expression changed drastically. She had never thought that Yang Yutian would actually attack them. Moreover, he had used one of the three great theurgies right from the start. It was as if he had some great enmity with the Kara clan. Kara Livy was extremely angry. In her opinion, this Yang Yutian was simply tyrannical and unreasonable. As the young lady of the Kara clan, her status was lofty. She had already spoken to him in such a humble manner. However, not only did the other party not appreciate her kindness, but he also wanted to fight because of her words of dissatisfaction. Kara Livy clenched her teeth. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared fiercely at Jianchen. She felt that her chest was about to explode from anger. However, when she saw the sword of judgment that was rapidly condensing above Jianchen's head, her expression became somewhat unsightly. Now that things had developed to this point, Kara Livy knew that if she and the others continued to stay, they might really have a conflict with Yang Yutian. Yang Yutian, stop quickly. We'll leave immediately. Kara Livy's beautiful face was livid with anger. She called out to everyone, then immediately left and soon disappeared into the distance. After they left, the sword of judgment above Jianchen's head slowly dissipated. He didn't want to offend the Kara clan unless it was a last resort. Part of the reason was because he was afraid of the Kara clan, and the other part was also for the sake of the Qin Empire. After watching Kara Livy's group leave, Jianchen's figure flashed and entered the cave. His body passed through the barrier without the slightest hindrance. Kara Livy's group stopped 50 miles away. At this moment, their faces were very ugly. They were all livid with anger. This Yang Yutian has gone too far. He actually dares to treat the people of our Kara clan like this. Does he want to become enemies with our Kara clan? A middle-aged man said angrily. This Yang Yutian is too arrogant. He's too domineering. Just because his talent is outstanding and he has a high chance of becoming the next president of the Radiant Saint Master Union, he doesn't take our Kara clan seriously. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was also quite angry. Chapter 770. Kara Livy sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed her anger. Everything that had happened before, from when Jianchen had arrived from afar to when they were chased away, slowly replayed in Kara Livy's head. Gradually, she discovered that something was wrong. Did you notice that when Yang Yutian first appeared, he directly flew towards the cave? He didn't rush over because he discovered our existence. It was as if his target wasn't us, but the secret cave. In the end, he wanted us to leave immediately. Perhaps he wanted us to leave the cave. If we didn't leave, he wouldn't hesitate to become enemies with our Kara clan to chase us away. Clearly, he found something important in the cave and didn't want us to know about it. Kara Livy was a clever person. Now that she had calmed down, she quickly realized the crux of the problem. Hearing that, the eyes of the other 6 radiant Saint Masters of the Kara clan immediately lit up. One of them immediately said, "From what the young miss has said, I also think that's the case. Yang Yutian only wants us to leave the cave. Is there some kind of secret hidden in there? From the presence, we can already sense that a Class 5 magical beast is breaking through in the cave. It's also rumored that Yang Yutian carries an extremely cute, snow-white cub with him at all times. Is the Class 5 magical beast breaking through in the cave the cub that accompanies Yang Yutian?" A middle-aged man pondered. If the magical beast breaking through is the cub that accompanies Yang Yutian, then why is Yang Yutian so cautious? Even if the cub is extremely important to him, there's no need for him to risk becoming enemies with our Kara clan to chase us away. That's true. Also, what's with the barrier in the cave? The people of the Kara clan analyzed the situation one after another. However, as the results of their analysis gradually appeared, not only did it not resolve their questions, but it also made them even more confused. Kara Livy stood there in silence. A gleam of light flickered in her eyes. Clearly, she was also thinking about the problem. A while later, she slowly said, "No matter what, Yang Yutian definitely doesn't want us to see something. I've also checked the cave. It's newly excavated, so it's extremely likely that Yang Yutian created it. As for the barrier, did a saint ruler leave behind some barrier energy in Yang Yutian's body? As a result, Yang Yutian was able to cast down a barrier? Kara Livy could not help but think of Jianshan's handsome, resolute face and Jianshan's cold eyes. His decisiveness in killing and ruthlessness in his actions could only be seen on fighters who had experienced great storms and wandered the Tian Yuan continent for many years. Their hands were also covered in blood. It was very rare for them to appear on a Radiant Saint Master, let alone a 24-year-old Radiant Saint Master. All of this sometimes made Kara Livy wonder whether Yang Yutian was a Radiant Saint Master or not. Just what kind of person is Yang Yutian? Why do I feel like he's more like a fighter than a Radiant Saint Master? Kara Livy was filled with curiosity. All of this had happened unknowingly after Jianshan had entered the artifact space. The slaughter in the artifact space seemed to have made Jianshan return to the days when he wandered the Tian Yuan continent. It silently changed Jianshan's personality, silently awakening his deeply hidden presence. This was why Jianshan made Kara Livy feel this way. Let's not provoke Yang Yutian. I just feel like Yang Yutian isn't as simple as he seems on the surface, Kara Livy gently said before gradually leaving. Inside the cave, the little white tiger was already completely wrapped in a huge white cocoon with a diameter of 3 meters. The white cocoon emitted a dazzling white light that enveloped the entire cave. Inside, there was a layer of powerful energy that was fluctuating unstably. Jianshan sat 5 meters away as he stared at the white cocoon. He had tossed the corpse of the Class 6 magical beast beside the cocoon. Strands of red gas drifted out from the blood, being absorbed by the cocoon. After absorbing the essence of the Class 6 magical beast's blood, the energy within the cocoon became even more berserk. Even the aura it emitted became even more intense. It expanded from the initial range of 100 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers. I wonder how much longer it'll take for the white tiger to complete its breakthrough. Jianshan sat cross-legged 5 meters away with a trace of worry on his face. He could feel that the energy within the white cocoon was undergoing a qualitative change, and the essence in the blood of the magical beasts was the nourishment that could increase the speed of the transformation. However, the amount of essence in the blood that the white tiger required was just too much, so Jianshan didn't have the time to hunt a sufficient number of Class 6 magical beasts. However, without the vital energies in the blood, the white tiger would need an endless amount of time to complete its breakthrough. Jianshan did not have that much time to wait in the artifact space. Since the blood of magical beasts can increase the speed of the white tiger's breakthrough, and my chaotic body's blood is clearly much more powerful than magical beast blood, the effects might be much greater if I use my blood, Jianshan murmured. A sliver of determination appeared in his eyes. Immediately, an azulate sword chi appeared on his finger. With a wave of his hand, he sliced his wrist. However, when the sword chi struck Jianshan's wrist, it only left behind a faint white mark. The sword chi failed to penetrate Jianshan's chaotic body. Jianshan was slightly surprised. He immediately condensed all the chaotic force within him into the chaotic Niden in his dantian, reducing the defenses of the chaotic body to a minimum. Afterward, he used the origin energy of the sword spirits to cut his wrist again. This time, his wrist was indeed cut, but it only left a wound that was less than an inch long. Before blood could flow out, the wound automatically healed. This god-damned chaotic body! Jianshan could not help but curse. Only now did he realize that being too powerful was not necessarily a good thing. With a flip of his hand, Jianshan pulled out the ruler armament he had taken from the ancestor of the Hongfu clan, the dragon-slaying sword. He immediately poured his surging saint force into the dragon-slaying sword, causing it to shine with a dark light. He then viciously swung it at his left wrist. Immediately, a deep wound appeared on Jianshan's wrist from the dragon-slaying sword. Bright red blood immediately flowed out. Jianshan immediately placed his left hand on the white tiger's cocoon and allowed his blood to drip onto the cocoon for the white tiger to absorb. As soon as Jianshan's blood landed on the white cocoon, it immediately entered the cocoon and disappeared. With that, the energy within the white cocoon became even more powerful. Jianshan could clearly sense that the energy within the white tiger was rapidly changing after absorbing his blood. It seemed to have become even more powerful. With the blood of my chaotic body, it should be of great help to the white tiger. Jianshan thought to himself. Blood constantly flowed out from his wrist and was absorbed by the white tiger. However, Jianshan's chaotic body was just too powerful. In just 3 seconds, the wound on Jianshan's wrist had closed up completely. With no other choice, Jianshan could only use his ruler armament to cut his wrist again and use his blood as nourishment to speed up the white tiger's breakthrough. As Jianshan's blood was absorbed by the white tiger, the presence that the white tiger gave off became more and more powerful. The tremendous presence was filled with a sense of dominance, as if a king was slowly awakening from his slumber. The range of the presence expanded from 1,000 kilometers to 10,000 kilometers, alarming many of the participants. All the magical beasts in this area seemed to have been greatly frightened, including the magical beasts of the 6th step. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if they had received a great shock. 100 kilometers away, Kara Livy and the others all stopped. They all stared in the direction of the presence in shock. A Class 5 magical beast can actually give off such a tremendous presence after breaking through to Class 6. Moreover, the presence is filled with a sense of dominance. This is definitely a beast king with a very great background, an old man from the Kara clan said with a deep voice. His face was filled with undisguised envy. Is the infant beast by Yang Yutian's side actually a beast of antiquity? The light in Kara Livy's eyes flickered as she murmured. Several thousand kilometers away, a group of over 20 radiant Saint Masters fought against 3 Class 6 magical beasts at the same time. Suddenly, a tremendous presence appeared in the distance, enveloping the entire region. With the sudden arrival of the presence, the 3 Class 6 magical beasts trembled violently. Their eyes immediately became filled with extreme fear, as if they had been greatly frightened. They whimpered and no longer had any interest in continuing the battle. They all fled as quickly as they could. The radiant Saint Masters did not chase after them. Instead, they all looked in the direction of the presence. Their faces were filled with surprise. This should be the presence of a magical beast. I can clearly feel that the presence is filled with a sense of dominance. It looks like the origin of this magical beast is definitely not small. It's a beast king at the very least, an old man said with a deep voice. He was the leading radiant Saint Master of the Tsar family, Zadalos. This presence isn't powerful. It should have just broken through from Class 5 to Class 6. However, it can scare away 3 Class 6 magical beasts and make them feel fear. This is definitely not something a beast king can do. In my opinion, it's extremely likely that this magical beast that has just broken through is a beast of antiquity. The person who spoke was an elegant middle-aged man. He was the second disciple of the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union, Yun Tian. A beast of antiquity. I never thought that I would actually find a beast of antiquity here. Zadalos muttered in a low voice. His expression was filled with excitement and intense greed appeared in his eyes. This beast of antiquity has clearly just broken through, so it shouldn't be very powerful. Elder Zadalos, if we bring this beast of antiquity back to the ancestor will definitely be extremely happy, a radiant Saint Master from the Tsar clan said excitedly. Zadalos's eyes immediately lit up. He laughed aloud. That's right. If we bring this beast of antiquity back to the ancestor, it will be a great contribution. Let's go. We'll capture this beast of antiquity and bring it back to the Tsar clan later. At the same time, in a distant place within the artifact space, there was a sealed forest. In the center of the forest, a small wooden hut stood all by itself. There were traces of time on it, and within the hut, a bare-chested middle-aged man sat on the ground with his legs crossed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes snapped open. Immediately, 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, piercing 2 holes in the wooden hut. What is this presence? It's actually enough to make me shiver. The middle-aged man stood up from the ground. His face was filled with shock, and then he silently disappeared from the wooden house. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the small forest. In front of him, a powerful sealing force sealed off the sky and locked down the earth, preventing the middle-aged man from moving forward. The middle-aged man stood before the seal. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the distant space. He frowned as he sank into his thoughts. Chapter 771. At the same time, in an unknown location within the artifact space, there was a sword-shaped mountain that had been sealed by the power of the Saint artifact. A middle-aged man in beast skins lay on the top of the mountain as he stared blankly at the hazy sky. A while later, the middle-aged man's eyes gradually shone. He let out a long sigh and cursed, "That damned artifact spirit has actually sealed me here again. That damned Radiant Saint Master Union actually sends a group of ant-like Radiant Saint Masters to train here every 50 years, forcing me to be trapped here by that damned artifact spirit every 50 years. How outrageous! To think that I, a mighty Class 8 beast of antiquity, have actually been trapped here like a prisoner. That's a great insult to me." The middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. It's a pity that the Saint artifact is far too powerful. Even though I'm a Class 8 beast of antiquity, I'm not the opponent of that damned artifact spirit. I can't even fight back in the artifact space. Once I break through to Class 9, I'll definitely break out of this artifact space and escape. And that damned artifact spirit has trapped me for so long. I'll definitely teach it a vicious lesson to vent my anger. As soon as he reached there, the middle-aged man seemed to think of something. His face darkened and he murmured, "It's a pity that I can't break through to Class 9 in the artifact space. This damned artifact space, am I going to be trapped here for the rest of my life until I die?" Sigh. The middle-aged man let out a long sigh. His face was filled with helplessness. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze. 2 streaks of extremely shocked light immediately shot out from his eyes. What is this presence? The middle-aged man's face was filled with shock. He had already stood up from the ground at some point in time. He stood on the peak of the mountain and stared at the distant horizon. His face was filled with doubt and surprise. What is this presence? This presence actually makes me tremble from the depths of my soul. This is impossible. It's impossible for a presence to make me tremble in the artifact space, even if it's that powerful artifact spirit. And this presence is clearly very weak. The middle-aged man was extremely shocked, but he was also puzzled. He really could not understand why the presence that was clearly very weak would make him tremble from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, an ancient memory from a legacy that had been sealed away for a very long time gradually appeared in the middle-aged man's head. He immediately paled in fright as disbelief filled his face. The ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. This is the presence of the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, the middle-aged man involuntarily exclaimed. His face was filled with shock. My inherited memories clearly record some information about the winged tiger from ancient times. The winged tiger is the god of our magical beasts, a supreme existence that has surpassed the Holy Emperor. Its strength has reached an earth-shaking level. Even the war god of the 100 races, Ruijin, died to the hands of the winged tiger. Yet now, I can actually sense the winged tiger's presence in the artifact space. How is this possible? How can the winged tiger appear here? As the winged tiger's presence radiated out, all the powerful magical beasts sealed within the artifact's space sensed its existence. Their faces all changed drastically as they became shocked. They all began to guess what it was. In addition to those powerful magical beasts, even the contestants fighting in the artifact's space sensed the white tiger's aura. There was no lack of knowledgeable people who immediately guessed that the aura was coming from an ancient exotic beast that was in the midst of a breakthrough. They all flew in the direction of the aura with various thoughts in their minds. The white tiger's breakthrough had caused just too great of a disturbance. Not only had it alarmed the powerful magical beasts sealed within, but it had even drawn over all the participants. A large number of white-robed radiant Saint Masters flew in the direction of the white tiger from all directions. They had all temporarily given up on fighting due to the attraction of the beast. Very soon, a few radiant Saint Masters arrived outside the cave that Jianchen had created. The presence is coming from there. The magical beast that's breaking through should be in there. A radiant Saint Master pointed at the pitch-black cave up ahead. The magical beast has only just broken through, and it seems like it's still breaking through. Its strength has already dropped to its lowest level. Let's all charge in together and subdue it. Once we subdue a magical beast, our strength will definitely increase drastically, a radiant Saint Master called out. A radiant Saint Master called out from the crowd in an attempt to get some people to enter the cave and check out the situation. However, his words had no effect at all. The Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters present had all lived for a very long time, so they were not so easily fooled. Without understanding the situation in the cave, none of them dared to charge in recklessly. Perhaps some unknown danger awaited them up ahead. At the same time, magical beasts that had reached Class 5 were basically all adult. How could they be subdued so easily? The presence in the cave continued to grow stronger. Going from Class 5 to Class 6 was a qualitative leap for the white tiger. Its energy was rapidly converting to Class 6, but since it was a winged tiger god, it had a much harder time breaking through than regular magical beasts. However, once it succeeded, its strength would experience a qualitative leap as well. It would no longer be something that regular magical beasts or beasts of antiquity could compare to. Jianchen was still constantly using his own blood to speed up the white tiger's breakthrough. He knew exactly what was happening outside the cave, but he had no power to stop it. His face had also become rather pale from the large amount of blood he had lost. Another 2 hours passed very quickly. The number of Radiant Saint Masters gathered outside the cave had reached 100. They all stared at the cave as they discussed, but none of them were willing to scout it out. At this moment, another group of 20 or so people flew over from the distance. They directly flew over everyone's head and stopped 30 meters away from the cave. People from the Tsar family, they are the people from the Tsar family. The people from the Tsar family have also come, and there are quite a few of them. Looks like this beast of antiquity is most likely going to fall into the hands of the Tsar family. Forget it, since the people from the Tsar family are involved, we should just give up. This Tsar family is not to be offended. The arrival of this group of people immediately caused quite a commotion. It immediately extinguished the greed in the hearts of a few people. Although the Tsar family was only one of the top 3 families in the Holy Emperor Kingdom, they were the strongest of the 3 families. They could even fight against the other 2 families by themselves. Their strength was so great that even some ancient families were unwilling to provoke them. The old man standing at the very front of the Tsar family seems to be Zadalos. He has already studied the radiant arts for several hundred years. His usage of the radiant arts has already reached the point of perfection. He is extremely powerful, and at the same time, he is ranked 4th on the top 10 experts rankings. The person standing beside Zadalos seems to be the second disciple of the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union, Yun Tian. He is ranked 5th on the top 10 experts rankings. At this moment, another group of over 10 Radiant Saint Masters flew over from afar. Their arrival immediately attracted the attention of many radiant Saint Masters. That is one of the three great families in the Holy Emperor Kingdom, the Tsar family. They must have come for the magical beast that is breaking through in the cave. Right now, two of the three great families in the Holy Emperor Kingdom have already arrived. Only the Kara family is not here yet. I think the Kara family will be here very soon. It is rumored that the young lady of the Kara family, Kara Livy, is ranked first on the top 10 experts rankings. Her strength has already reached the peak of the 6th class. She is known as the strongest person below the 7th class. In the blink of an eye, the originally quiet mountain range became lively with the arrival of this group of people. Now, the number of radiant Saint Masters gathered outside the cave had already reached 500. Not only had all the famous families in the Holy Emperor Kingdom come, even two of the three great families had come. The Tsar family and the Kar family stood at the very front, closest to the cave. As soon as the two families saw each other, they looked at each other coldly. It was as if they were like fire and water, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. The leader of the Tsar family, Zatalos, coldly stared at the group of people from the Kar family and sneered, "Kar family, don't tell me you want to steal this exotic beast from our Tsar family?" The leader of the Kar family was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. Hearing Zatalos' words, this old man called Kar family also sneered and replied, "This exotic beast has already reached the 6th class. How can it be so easy to tame it? Zatalos, it is not that I am looking down on you, but even if you all attack together, you may not be able to capture a beast that has already reached the 6th class. Even if you capture it, with the pride of these exotic beasts, they will never submit to your Tsar family." Zatalos coldly snorted and said, "Whether or not we can capture and tame it is our Tsar family's matter. It is not up to your Kar family to tell us what to do." Kar family sneered and said, "Since that is the case, then let us all see with our own eyes whether or not your Tsar family can capture this exotic beast. If you can't even capture it, then taming it will be even more of a joke." Zatalos coldly snorted and immediately ignored Kar family. His eyes were fixed on the cave in front of him. There was a rare trace of graveness on his face as he said, "Zaslo, Zaysk, Tsar Yunhai, the three of you go in and check the situation inside." The situation inside the cave was unknown. Although Zatalos boasted that his strength was not weak, he did not dare to be too presumptuous in the artifact space. "Yes, Elder." Behind Zatalos, three middle-aged men immediately whispered in unison. Then they immediately condensed holy light armor to protect their bodies and cautiously approached the cave. In the artifact space, their lives were protected by the power of the artifact. As a result, even though the three of them knew that there might be unknown dangers ahead, they were not afraid at all. This was because they knew that even if they encountered danger, they would not die. At most, they would lose the right to participate in the competition. As the three of them cautiously advanced, all the radiant Saint Masters present immediately gathered their gazes on the three of them. They all held their breaths and stared at them without blinking. Many of them had already put on holy light armor to deal with unexpected situations. Chapter 772. Just when the three of them approached the entrance, 3 streaks of white light suddenly shot out. They arrived before the three of them in a flash. They moved extremely quickly. The expressions of the 3 scouting Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters changed drastically. Even though they were extremely cautious, they were unable to dodge the white light that had suddenly shot out of the cave. In the end, they were struck in the chest by the 3 white lights. Bang! 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 With 3 heavy thuds, the 3 radiant Saint Masters who had gone to scout ahead were immediately blown away. Their radiant armor became riddled with cracks. Although the radiant armor had absorbed all the attacks for them, the powerful shockwaves were not something their frail bodies could endure. They vomited blood uncontrollably as they were blown away. Their faces paled. Radiant swords. Those are radiant swords. There's a radiant Saint Master in the cave. Many radiant Saint Masters in the surroundings immediately cried out. Although the 3 streaks of white light moved very quickly, the Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters could still sense the dense Radiant Saint force. Tatalos's face immediately sank. He said with a deep voice, "I never thought that someone would have entered the cave before us. The 3 radiant swords are extremely solid and powerful. There's only a handful of Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters who possess such strength. They definitely aren't nameless. From the strength of the attack, that person possesses the strength to rank among the 10 great experts at the very least," Yun Tian said as he stood beside Tatalos. The light in his eyes flickered. Just a single radiant sword was enough to shatter the radiant armor and heavily injure 3 Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters. Even Old Man wouldn't be able to use such a powerful attack. "The person in the cave is definitely stronger than Old Man," Tatalos said with a deep voice. His face was very ugly. Hearing this, Yun Tian's heart skipped a beat as he thought, right now, of the 3 great families, only the Kara family is not here. Moreover, Kara Liwei is the #1 existence in the top 10 expert group. Could it be that the people in the cave are them? Thinking of this, Yun Tian immediately said to the cave, "I wonder which brother is in the cave? Please come out and meet me." Yun Tian did not receive a reply even after quite a while, which made him rather embarrassed. His face immediately became rather sunken as he coldly said, "Since brother is unwilling to come out, I'll have to go in personally." Yun Tian did not approach the cave. Instead, he condensed a radiant sword and shot it into the cave with lightning speed. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from within the cave. Following this attack, the entire cave had expanded quite a bit. In the depths of the cave, a 2-meter-wide radiant shield slowly dispersed. Jianshin slowly pulled back his bleeding hand. The dragon-slaying sword in his right hand had vanished as well, having been stowed away in his space ring. Afterward, he slowly made his way out with a sunken face. Jianshin had already removed the barrier around the cave. Far too many Radiant Saint Masters had gathered outside, so he did not want too many people to know that he could cast down barriers. Otherwise, even if his identity would not be exposed, it would still lead to some unnecessary trouble and suspicion. After the White Tiger had absorbed his blood, the amount of time it needed to break through had drastically decreased. Jianshin could sense that the White Tiger had reached the final juncture. It only needed a few more hours to become a Class 6 magical beast. What he needed to do now was to stop the people outside with all his might before the White Tiger broke through. He needed to prevent them from causing any harm to the White Tiger. Outside the cave, Zatalos sensed the rapidly rising aura. His expression became more and more stern as he said with a deep voice, "The ancient beast inside will break through completely very soon. Once it successfully breaks through, the difficulty of subduing it will increase by a lot. We can't wait any longer. Everyone, follow me. Let's charge in." With that, Zatalos led the people of the Tsar family and prepared to charge in. Those who step into the cave die. At this moment, an ice-cold voice boomed from within the cave. The voice was so loud that it actually caused the eardrums of all the Radiant Saint Masters present to ache. As he spoke, a young man in his 20s wearing a white robe appeared at the entrance of the cave. Seeing this young man, the eyes of the people of the Tsar family suddenly narrowed. Even Yun Tian's expression changed slightly. "Yang Yutian, it's actually you." The leader of the Tsar family, Zatalos, stared at Jianshin with a cold gaze. His voice was deep and heavy with killing intent. "Junior Yang Yutian, I never thought it would actually be you inside." Yun Tian also stared at Jianshin with some surprise before sneering. "Yang Yutian, he's the legendary Yang Yutian?" The people of the Tsar family all looked at Jianshin and studied him curiously. They had heard of Yang Yutian's name after coming to the City of God, but today was the first time they had seen Yang Yutian's true appearance. "Yang Yutian, is he Yang Yutian?" It's said that Yang Yutian is only 24 this year. yet he's already a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Yang Yutian is an unprecedented prodigy. It's said that he's the most outstanding genius in the history of our continent. Not only has he become a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master at 24, but his grasp of radiant arts has reached an extremely profound level as well. Yang Yutian killed over 30 Heaven Saint Masters on the Fragrance River all by himself and survived the attack of a Saint ruler. His strength has already far surpassed Kara Livy's, who ranks first on the Fragrance River. It's said that Yang Yutian is the reincarnation of a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master from ancient times. He'll definitely become a powerful Class 8, Radiant Saint Master in the future. As all the Radiant Saint Masters present learned of Yang Yutian's name, it immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. A series of discussions rang out. Zadalos emotionlessly stared at Jianchen, who stood at the entrance of the cave, and said with a deep voice, "Yang Yutian, is the beast breaking through in the cave yours?" Jianchen's gaze landed on Zadalos. Although he had never seen Zadalos before, he was familiar with the 8 clans behind Zadalos. From where they stood, he could tell that the old man who spoke was definitely a member of the Tsar family, and his status was quite high. The matter of him being attacked by 2 peak assassin organizations in the City of God quickly flashed through his head, causing a cold light to flash through Jianchen's eyes. He coldly said, "That's right. The magical beast breaking through in the cave belongs to me. Please back off a little and don't disturb Xiao Bai's breakthrough. Otherwise, you'll become my enemy." The surrounding Radiant Saint Masters hesitated slightly before a small portion of them backed off. Clearly, they were unwilling to provoke Yang Yutian. The leader of the Kaza family, Kazad, hesitated slightly before clasping his hands at Jianchen. "Since Brother Yang Yutian's beast is breaking through in there, our Kaza family won't disturb you any further." With that, Kazad led the people of the Kaza family 2 kilometers away. They watched from the sidelines, clearly not planning on opposing Jianchen. A beast of antiquity. I never thought that the young beast would actually be a beast of antiquity, and it has already reached Class 6. Envy filled Yun Tian's eyes. Beasts of antiquity were extremely rare on the Tian Yuan continent. Once they matured, their battle prowess would be extremely great. They were known to be invincible among the same level of cultivation. If someone had a beast of antiquity by their side, they would be able to do whatever they wanted on the Tian Yuan continent. However, Yun Tian had never thought that the white tiger sleeping on Jianchen's shoulder would actually be a beast of antiquity, which filled him with both envy and jealousy. Yang Yutian, old man, is extremely curious about the beast breaking through in the cave as well. Why don't you let us go in and take a look? Zadalos smiled at Jianchen as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Jianchen replied, "While Xiao Bai is breaking through, anyone who approaches the cave will be my enemy. I will use all my strength to kill them. I will not leave anyone behind, no matter who they are." Jianchen glanced at Yun Tian, intentionally or otherwise. "Yang Yutian, you are far too arrogant. Do you know who you are talking to? If you offend my Kaza family, even the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union will not be able to protect you." A middle-aged man behind Zadalos sternly shouted. Jianchen coldly glanced at everyone before sitting down at the entrance of the cave. He said, "Anyone who approaches 30 meters from the entrance will be killed without mercy." The people of the Kaza family paled in anger. They had actually been threatened by a junior. This was definitely a great humiliation to them. Meanwhile, Zadalos was so angry that he laughed, saying, "This old man wants to see if you, Yang Yutian, are as powerful as the rumors say." The radiant saint force in the surroundings immediately gathered over, condensing into a set of silver-white armor on Zadalos very soon. A radiant shield condensed on his left hand as well. Radiant armor. The 20 or so radiant saint masters behind Zadalos called out in unison. As a bright light enveloped them, all of them donned radiant armor. Zadalos snorted coldly before taking a step forward. He directly made his way to the cave. Behind him, the Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters all followed closely behind him. They were all cautious, and quite a few of them had already condensed radiant swords, ready for battle. When Zadalos arrived 30 meters away, a sliver of intense killing intent immediately flashed through Genshin's eyes. He sneered. I just happen to lack some battle achievements. Since you've obediently delivered them to me, I won't hold back. Several sacred light swords condensed in front of Genshin at the same time, and like lightning, they shot towards the Tsar family members at the very front. Chapter 773. With a loud bang, the sacred light swords from both sides collided. It was as if a ball of white flame had exploded. The dense radiant saint force turned into a ball of bright light that illuminated the entire space. The radiant saint force that was filled with determination and power was like a storm that wreaked havoc in all directions, causing the sand and rocks on the ground to fly into the air. Dust filled the air, and quite a few mountain rocks were blasted apart, shooting in all directions. The 20 or so radiant saint masters from the Tsar family all wore sacred light armor. They condensed sacred light shields in front of their chests to resist the devastating shockwaves of energy and the flying rock. Genshin's hand grabbed at the air, and a huge sacred light shield rapidly condensed. He then placed it behind him to block the entrance of the cave, preventing the shockwaves of energy from entering the cave and affecting the white tiger. As for himself, he did not have any form of protection, allowing the violent shockwaves of energy to wildly attack his body. Genshin's body was like a pillar that supported the heavens. When the violent shockwaves of energy struck his body, not only did they not cause him any harm, they could not even shake his body. Just as the 20 or so Radiant Saint Masters from the Tsar family were still resisting the shockwaves of Radiant Saint Force, Genshin had already extended his hands once again, and muttered in a low voice, "Sacred Light Sword." Suddenly, the shockwaves of energy that were rushing towards Genshin abruptly came to a halt. Afterwards, under the incredulous gazes of countless Radiant Saint Masters, the shockwaves of energy became docile. They were forcefully controlled by Genshin, and rapidly condensed into 9 sacred light swords before him. Swish, 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 9 whistling sounds rang out, and the 9 sacred light swords turned into white streaks of light, and split into 3 waves, respectively shooting towards the 3 Radiant Saint Masters. The first wave of sacred light swords arrived, and broke the sacred light shields of the 3 Radiant Saint Masters. The second wave of sacred light swords arrived, and shattered the Radiant Saint Masters' sacred light armor, causing them to fly backwards while vomiting blood. Finally, the third wave of sacred light swords arrived, and pierced through the chests of the 3 Radiant Saint Masters like a hot knife through butter. Ah! The 3 Radiant Saint Masters could not help but wail out from the intense pain. Blood gushed out from their bodies, dyeing their pure white clothes red. In particular, when the radiant sword had passed through their bodies, a strand of radiant saint force remained, wreaking havoc in their bodies. If they were fighters, they would have been able to use their tremendous saint force to wipe out the strand of radiant saint force. Unfortunately, they were only radiant saint masters. Even with their radiant saint force and great healing abilities, they were unable to get rid of the radiant saint force that was wreaking havoc in their bodies. Just as the 3 Radiant Saint Masters were shocked, 3 huge pillars of light descended from the sky. They directly enveloped the 3 of them and vanished. They had been taken out of the artifact space. Seeing that they had lost 3 Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters just from a single photo, Zadaloz's heart immediately sank. His expression became extremely ugly. Although he knew that Yang Yutian was very powerful, he had never thought that he would be so powerful that he could kill 3 Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters so easily. Yang Yutian, how bold of you to actually injure the people of our Tsar family, Zadalos shouted. Even though he was shocked by Yang Yutian's strength, he was not afraid in the slightest in the artifact space because it was impossible for him to be in any life-threatening situation here. If he left the artifact space, he still had the support of the entire Tsar family behind him. At the same time, Yang Yutian was someone that the Tsar family had to eliminate. As a result, Zatalos was not afraid of offending Jianchen at all. Jianchen's ability to easily kill 3 Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters was witnessed by all the Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters present. They were all shocked and all sorts of exclamations could be heard. Not only is he unscathed from the encirclement of over 20 Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters, he even managed to kill 3 of them with lightning speed. Is this Yang Yutian's strength? This Yang Yutian is just too powerful. The rumors really are true. Looks like the rumors about Yang Yutian killing over 30 Heaven Saint Masters on the Fragrance River are true. He really does have the strength to do so. This Yang Yutian is without a doubt the strongest person below the Class 7 Radiant Saint Master. With such strength, I'm afraid that even Kara Livy, who ranks first among the top 10, is not his opponent. Members of the Tsar family, don't even think about getting into the top 10 in this competition. Jianchen roared towards the sky. The Radiant Saint force in the surroundings began to surge violently, gathering towards Jianchen at an unbelievable speed. Then, under Jianchen's full control, the Radiant Saint force condensed into radiant swords that shot towards the members of the Tsar family. Tatalos's expression was solemn as he joined forces with the other members of the Tsar family to engage in an intense battle with Jianchen outside the cave. Due to the lesson from before, none of them dared to be careless. They all used their full strength and unleashed their full strength. Boundless rain. Jianchen bellowed out as countless raindrops condensed in front of him. After that, they rained down on the people from the Tsar family who were surrounding him. Not only did they block the radiant swords, even the radiant shields that protected them received a huge impact. The light on the shields rapidly weakened, and there were even 2 shields that directly shattered. The raindrops that filled the sky directly landed on the Radiant Saint Masters, causing white spots to appear on the Radiant Saint Masters' radiant armor. This boundless rain actually possesses such power. Seeing this scene, a few of the spectating Radiant Saint Masters exclaimed in shock. This boundless rain, I'm afraid that only Yang Yutian can display such power. An old man stood in the crowd and murmured. Jianchen used the boundless rain to pin down the members of the Tsar family. Then, he condensed 9 radiant swords once again and shot them towards 3 Radiant Saint Masters with blinding light. Following 3 miserable cries, another 3 Radiant Saint Masters had their chests pierced through by the radiant swords. In the end, they were driven away by the power of the Saint artifact, losing their qualifications to participate in the competition. In the blink of an eye, the Tsar family and the 8 great clans had lost 6 of their 20 people. Only a dozen or so people were still engaged in an intense battle with Jianchen. Zatalos suddenly looked at Yun Tian, who was standing behind him, and roared loudly, "Yun Tian, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Hearing that, a light flickered in Yun Tian's eyes. Hesitation appeared on his face. Jianchen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Even without using the 3 radiant swords, he already possessed such a powerful battle prowess. No one could stop him. Once he used the 3 radiant swords, who would be his opponent? Yun Tian hesitated for a moment. Soon after, a sliver of determination appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, in order for me to become the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union in the future, I can only go all out this time. Moreover, Kara Livy will probably be here very soon. By then, with their participation, even if this Yang Yutian uses the 3 radiant swords, we will still have the power to contend against him. After making up his mind, Yun Tian immediately took action. He quickly condensed a radiant armor on his body before condensing a radiant shield in front of him. Sensing Yun Tian's actions, a cold light flashed in Jianchen's eyes. With a deep voice, he said, "Senior Yun Tian, you actually dare to attack me. Yang Yutian, don't blame your senior brother. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for appearing at such a bad time. This time, your senior brother will stop you from entering the top 10 no matter what, Yun Tian said in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, a radiant sword immediately condensed, shooting towards Jianshan with lightning speed. Jianshan also condensed a radiant sword to shatter Yun Tian's radiant sword. He said emotionlessly, "If that's the case, don't blame me, Yang Yutian, for being merciless. Senior Yun Tian, this time, it's impossible for you to enter the top 10 no matter what." Yun Tian's face sank. He called out coldly, "Yang Yutian, I admit that you are indeed very powerful, but it's still a little too early to say that." With that, Yun Tian suddenly looked at the group of radiant saint masters behind him. He called out, "Everyone, it's time for you to take action. Once it's done, I will fulfill all of your conditions." With that, over 30 people walked out from the group of spectating radiant saint masters. One of them looked at Yun Tian and said, "Yun Tian, I hope you're a man of your word." With that, the person directly joined the encirclement against Jianshan. Afterwards, the other people all joined in as well. In the blink of an eye, the encirclement against Jianshan had expanded from over a dozen people to over 50. Immediately, the pressure on Jianshan skyrocketed. However, Jianshan did not panic at all. Suddenly, a gleam of light exploded from Jianshan's eyes. He pointed at the sky and called out, "Ruling sword." The expressions of all the radiant saint masters surrounding Jianshan changed drastically when they heard the words "ruling sword." "We can't let him use the 3 divine technique. Hurry up and interrupt them," Zatalos called out. Streaks of radiant swords shot out from his hand like lightning, but their target was not Jianshan. Instead, they targeted the figure of the radiant sword that constantly condensed above Jianshan's head. As soon as the radiant swords approached the figure of the radiant sword, they exploded loudly, turning into violent ripples of energy that disrupted the formation of the radiant sword. Afterwards, the 50 radiant saint masters became unprecedentedly stern. They all used their full strength to attack the radiant sword that constantly condensed above Jianshan's head. With constant bangs, the figure of the radiant sword that rapidly condensed above Jianshan's head actually began to waver under the constant attacks of the 50 Class 6 radiant saint masters. In the end, it actually slowly dispersed. Just like that, Jianshan's 3 divine arts were interrupted while they were still charging up. "Junior Yang Yutian, I'd like to see how you'll defeat us now that you've lost the advantage of the 3 divine techniques." Yun Tian laughed aloud. His face was filled with complacency. He seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. Chapter 774. Jianshan looked at Yun Tian and a sliver of mockery appeared in his eyes. He said, "So what if you can stop me from using the 3 techniques? Do you think you can injure me? Even saint rulers can't injure me, let alone you Class 6, radiant saint masters who are nowhere near as strong as me." With a flash of white light, over 30 radiant swords shot toward Jianshan from all directions as if they were blotting out the sky. "You want to injure me with mere radiant swords?" Jianshan bellowed out. This time, he did not dodge at all. He stood there with his arms open, allowing the radiant swords to strike him. The primordial god silk shone with a faint, golden light that enveloped Jianshan. As soon as the radiant swords came in contact with the light, they dispersed at a visible rate, disappearing in the blink of an eye. All the radiant saint force within them had been absorbed by the primordial god silk. Yun Tian's face immediately sank when he saw this. He stared at the golden light around Jianshan with deep jealousy. He knew that it must be the defensive treasure on Jianshan, the golden silk armor. "If I have the golden silk armor, the weakness of radiant saint masters will no longer exist. I won't even have to fear saint rulers. I have to obtain the golden silk armor." Yun Tian gritted his teeth. He had already made up his mind to obtain the golden silk armor no matter what. This defensive treasure really is powerful. It really is worthy of being a treasure that can block attacks from saint rulers. It's actually nullified over 30 radiant swords from Class 6, radiant saint masters so easily. Zatalos stared at Jianchen with shining eyes. Undisguised greed filled his eyes as he thought, I have to obtain the golden silk armor. If I wear it, I'll even be able to flee from Saint Rulers. Is this Yang Yutian's defensive treasure? It's actually so powerful. The people of the Kaza clan were shocked as well. All of them looked at Jianchen with deep greed. Even Saint Rulers would be tempted by such a powerful defensive treasure, let alone them. The radiant swords were absorbed by the primordial godsilk as soon as they came in contact with Jianchen. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this. They stared at the faint, golden light around Jianchen as disbelief flooded their faces. Jianchen did not hesitate at all. With a thought, 9 radiant swords rapidly condensed and shot toward the 3 radiant Saint Masters closest to him. He heavily injured them before they were taken away by the power of the Saint artifact. Of the radiant Saint Master. The miserable cries of the 3 radiant Saint Masters alerted everyone, causing them to return to their senses. They all retreated rapidly, pulling away from Jianchen. Don't be afraid, everyone. Yang Yutian's golden silk armor has blocked our attacks, so its energy will definitely be depleted. Let's attack him together to deplete the armor's energy. Once he loses the protection of the armor, Yang Yutian won't be able to stop so many of us even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, Yun Tian said loudly before waving his hand. Another radiant sword shot toward Jianchen. Jianchen's gaze toward Yun Tian was filled with heavy killing intent. The 9 radiant swords immediately hovered before him, shooting toward Yun Tian in a straight line as a streak of light. We can't let Yang Yutian take us down one by one. Everyone, disperse the radiant swords from Yang Yutian. Deplete his energy and preserve our strength. He definitely won't be able to last for long against so many of us by himself, Zatiras called out. He immediately condensed 3 radiant swords and shot them out with lightning speed. They dispersed 3 of the 9 radiant swords that shot toward Yun Tian. The radiant Saint Masters in the surroundings seemed to have been incited by Zatiras as well. They all shot out radiant swords or condensed radiant shields to assist Yun Tian. Under the combined efforts of over 50 radiant Saint Masters of the same level, Jianchen's 9 radiant swords were all dispersed in the air. They failed to harm Yun Tian at all. Jianchen's face became rather sunken. None of the radiant Saint Masters in the surroundings were weak. If they worked together like this, it really would be difficult for him to kill any one of them unless he could successfully use the 3 divine techniques or expose his strength as a fighter. Exposing his strength as a fighter was definitely not an option. The 3 divine techniques were the most powerful abilities that only Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters could use after all. Although Jianchen could barely use them with his strength as a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master, the 3 divine techniques he used were incomplete. They needed time to charge up, and it was very easy for them to be interrupted during the charging process. As a result, it would be very difficult for Jianchen to kill over 50 Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters with his strength as a Radiant Saint Master. Brother Yang Yutian, let me help you. Suddenly, a long whistle rang out from afar. A few streaks of white light rapidly approached from afar. The person in the lead was Quan Yu Kai, who had not seen Jianchen since they parted ways on the boat. Quan Yu Kai stood on a white cloud, leading his companions as they rapidly approached Jianchen. His eyes were filled with appraisal as he said, "No matter who the enemy is this time, I, Quan Yu Kai, will not give up. Once I save Brother Yang Yutian from a life-and-death situation, it will be a great contribution. At that time, he might really be able to pass on the 3 divine techniques to me. In order to obtain the 3 divine techniques, I, Quan Yu Kai, am willing to give it up." Seeing the reason why Jianchen had come, Zatalos and Yun Tian's faces immediately sank. Zatalos immediately shouted, "This is a matter of my Tsar family. Unrelated people, please do not interfere. Otherwise, you will become an enemy of our Tsar family." After Zatalos finished speaking, Yun Tian did not want to be left behind. He loudly said, There is also our Radiant Saint Master Union. Once someone interferes, they will become an enemy of our Radiant Saint Master Union. Goddamn, why are all of Yang Yutian's enemies more and more powerful? Last time it was the 8 great clans. This time it is the leaders of the 8 great clans. Moreover, he has even offended the Radiant Saint Master Union. Quan Yutsai's face changed slightly as he hurried over. A sliver of doubt appeared in his eyes as he said, "That's not right. This Yang Yutian is the disciple of the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union. It's impossible for him to become an enemy of the Radiant Saint Master Union." The person who spoke seemed to be the president's second disciple. "Oh, I understand." Quan Yukai suddenly understood. He laughed aloud and replied, "Yun Tian, you can't represent the Radiant Saint Master Union. Little brother Yang Yutian, let me help you. I, Quan Yukai, will definitely not watch the future successor of the Radiant Saint Master Union fall into the hands of others. You are the future president of the Radiant Saint Master Union. You can't be defeated by these people." Yun Tian's face became extremely gloomy. Quan Yutsai's words had crossed his bottom line. It was unbearable. "Quan Yukai, there will be plenty of time in the future. I, Yun Tian, will remember what happened today," Yun Tian said through gritted teeth. "Yun Tian, how dare you speak such arrogant words? How dare you become an enemy of the future president of the Radiant Saint Master Union? Don't even think about staying in the Union in the future." Quan Yukai had always been an unruly person. Although he feared authority, he did not fear it. At the same time, he seemed to be certain that Jianchen would become the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union. As a result, he did not show any respect to Jianchen at all. "Quan Yukai, you're looking to die." Yun Tian was infuriated. He actually gave up on attacking Jianchen and flew toward Quan Yukai. Very soon, he engaged in a great battle with Quan Yukai. The Radiant Saint Masters who had come with Quan Yukai stood in the distance. They did not take part in the battle. Clearly, they did not want to get involved in this mess. Yun Tian was not weak. He was someone who ranked among the 10 great experts. He could fend off several experts of the same level effortlessly all by himself. With his departure, the attacks on Jianchen immediately weakened, reducing the pressure on Jianchen drastically. Jianchen used this opportunity to block all the attacks with the primordial god silk. He rapidly approached the Radiant Saint Masters and condensed a radiant sword. In the blink of an eye, he killed another 4 people, taking them away with the power of the Saint artifact and disqualifying them from the competition. "Yun Tian, come back!" Zadaloz's face changed slightly. If this continued, the 50 Radiant Saint Masters on his side would be wiped out one by Yang Yutian sooner or later. Yun Tian's expression changed slightly. He had also noticed the situation on the other side, but he had to restrain Quan Yukai. Although Quan Yukai wasn't a member of the top 10 experts list, his strength was still extremely strong. He was strong enough to challenge the top 10 experts list. If he was allowed to rush in and heavily injure the people on his side, the situation would become even worse. At this moment, Yun Tian seemed to sense something. He used the radiant shield to block Quan Yutsai's attack before turning his head to look into the distance. He saw a few people rapidly approach him from afar. The person in the lead was a woman who seemed to be in her 20s. She possessed a beauty that outshone the moon and flowers. Yun Tian immediately beamed with joy. He called out in a hurry, "Miss Karalivy, you've come at the perfect time. Assist Zadaloz in dealing with Yang Yutian. Once we're done, I definitely won't forget about the conditions I promised." The people who had come were the people from the Kara clan. They were led by Karalivy, who ranked first on the rankings. They directly charged toward Jianchen. Chapter 775. Karalivy directly charged into the battlefield with the 6 Radiant Saint Masters from her clan. They had already donned radiant armor and condensed a radiant shield that was 1.5 meters in diameter on their left arm. Jianchen frowned slightly. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Kara Livy. A cold light flickered through his eyes, but his eyes narrowed soon after. A strange smile appeared on his lips. He struck out with his full strength and killed another 3 radiant Saint Masters, allowing them to be swept away by the power of the Saint artifact. Kara Livy, attack Yang Yutian with your full strength. Waste away his strength, Zatalos said in a deep voice. Zatalos bellowed. He was already showing signs of not being able to hold on. If his men were killed by Yang Yutian again, he would definitely break through the encirclement. Kara Livy remained silent the entire time. She flew straight toward Zatalos and called out, "Kill!" Kara Livy and the 6 clansmen behind her struck out at the same time. They condensed radiant swords and shot them out with lightning speed. However, the radiant swords were not aimed at Jianchen. Instead, they were aimed at the Tsar family and the 8 clans of the City of God. Zatalos was personally attacked by Kara Livy. The sudden change of events made all the people from the Tsar family pale, as if they had never thought that the people of the Kara family would actually attack them. However, they were unable to take any defensive measures in time. Caught off guard, they were directly struck by the radiant swords from the experts of the Kara family. As 7 loud explosions rang out, a total of 7 powerful experts from the Tsar family, including Zatalos, were severely injured. Their sacred light armors were shattered, and they were sent flying while vomiting blood. Kara Livy, what are you doing? Yun Tian paled in fright as he fought against Quan Yu Kai. He cried out anxiously. Kara Livy was someone of utmost importance. Her existence would determine who the scales of victory tilted towards. If Yang Yutian obtained Kara Livy's assistance, his plan would fail miserably. Kara Livy, what do you mean by this? Zatalos stood up from the ground with a pale face. At this moment there was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Kara Livy's strength had already surpassed his, and her unexpected attack had caught him off guard, causing him to be seriously injured. Kara Livy ignored Zataros. She looked at Jianchen and shouted, Yang Yutian, I, Kara Livy, represent the Kara family to help you. Kara Livy, you didn't keep your word. You clearly agreed to help me deal with Yang Yutian. Yun Tian's mad roar rang out from afar. His voice was filled with unwillingness and anger. Kara Livy was not angry at all. She smiled and said, Yun Tian, you are really muddle-headed. Li Wei only asked you to bring us to find Yang Yutian. She did not agree to help you deal with Yang Yutian. Kara Livy, where you? Yun Tian was flustered and exasperated. He flew into a rage, but he could not find anything to say. In the end, he could only roar crazily, Kara Livy, I hope you don't regret this. Yun Tian's eyes were red. He was very unwilling. He was about to succeed, but he never thought that Kara Livy would suddenly side with Jianchen, causing the victory that should have belonged to him to lean towards Jianchen. The addition of Kara Livy and the others immediately reduced the pressure on Jianchen. Jianchen clasped his hands at Kara Livy and said, Miss Kara Livy, I will remember your kindness today. I will definitely repay you in the future. Kara Livy smiled. Yang Yutian, Li Wei has taken a very great risk to help you. I hope you will not forget what Li Wei has done for you today. Jianchen said nothing. He quickly retreated before pointing at the sky and yelling out, Sword of Adjudication. Jianchen used the Sword of Adjudication a second time. The radiant saint force in the surroundings immediately condensing into a huge figure above Jianchen's head very soon. Stop him. Don't let him use the Sword of Adjudication successfully. Zatalos forcefully endured his injuries as he yelled out. Afterwards, he condensed the radiant sword with some difficulty and shot it at Jianchen. Zatalos, do you think I, Kara Livy, am transparent? Kara Livy cried out as she shot out a radiant sword to block Zatalos's attack. Afterwards, the 6 radiant Saint Masters of the Kara clan also used their full strength to provide cover for Jianchen, buying precious time for Jianchen. This time, no one could stop the condensation of the Sword of Adjudication. Jianshan successfully used the Sword of Adjudication. Immediately, a tremendous pressure filled the surroundings. The terrifying pulses of energy within the Sword of Adjudication seemed to possess the power to destroy the world, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Oh no, retreat! The radiant Saint Masters surrounding Jianshan all retreated in shock. Even the people of the Tsar clan were no exception. Zadaloz's expression became ugly. He stared at the huge radiant sword above Jianshan's head with a sunken face. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He no longer bothered with Kara Livy and quickly retreated. Jianshan's gaze was extremely sharp. He immediately locked onto the people of the Tsar clan. Using his mind, he controlled the huge radiant sword above his head to slash down at the people of the Tsar clan with lightning speed. The radiant sword tore through the air, leaving behind a beautiful streak of white light. Its speed was extremely fast. The moment the radiant sword slashed down, the radiant Saint Masters who were locked onto immediately felt like their bodies were bound by an invisible force. They were unable to move at all. They could only watch as the radiant sword slashed down. The radiant Saint Masters were so frightened that their faces were drained of blood. Facing the huge radiant sword, not only were they unable to dodge, they could not even think of resisting. The radiant Sword of Adjudication had completely destroyed the last line of defense in their hearts. It made them feel like they were so close to death. At the moment of life and death, a few huge pillars of light descended from the sky, wrapping around the bodies of the radiant Saint Masters and disappearing. The radiant sword did not slow down at all as it slashed down on the ground. Boom! With a violent rumble, the entire ground shook violently. A huge chasm several meters wide and over 10 meters deep was created by the radiant sword. It stretched for over 1,000 meters. "Damn it, Yang Yutian's Sword of Judgment is so powerful," said Yi Futian. Seeing this, Yun Tian paled in fright as he fought against Quan Yu Kai in the distance. He immediately abandoned Quan Yu Kai and fled. "Our plan against Yang Yutian has failed. Staying here will only lead to death. If we don't leave now, we probably won't even have the chance to escape later," Yun Tian thought. Energy surged in the sky. Under Jianshan's control, the huge radiant sword shot toward Zadaloz and the others as a white streak of light. Even though Zadaloz's face was sunken, he did not panic. He fished out a thumb-sized piece of jade from his bosom and sneered at Jianshan. "Yang Yutian, you definitely won't succeed today. This piece of jade was bestowed to me by an ancestor of my Tsar family. It contains the power of an attack from him. Even if you have a defensive treasure, you definitely won't be able to block an attack from an expert like the Holy Emperor." With that, Zadaloz dripped a drop of his blood onto the piece of jade without any hesitation. Immediately, a terrifyingly powerful pressure radiated from the piece of jade. Before the pressure, the world seemed to tremble. The radiant Saint Masters in the surroundings felt like a huge rock had struck their chests. They could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as they immediately retreated. The piece of jade was the Tsar family's trump card to stop Jianshan from becoming a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master. It could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. This was because the threat Jianshan posed to the Tsar family was no less than the current president. Once Jianshan successfully broke through to the Class 7 Radiant Saint Master, he would become a great hindrance to the Tsar family's plans to take over the Radiant Saint Master Union. Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed and he became stern for the first time. He growled, "This is the power of the Holy Emperor." Chaotic force surged out from the chaotic Niden and instantly filled every corner of Jianshan's body, pushing the power of his chaotic body to its limit. At the same time, the huge Sword of Judgment gave up on attacking the others under Jianshan's control. It shot straight towards Zadaloz in hopes of stopping Zadaloz from using the power of the Holy Emperor. "Haha, Yang Yutian, it's too late. Before the power of the ancestor, probably even the power of the Saint artifact will not be able to protect you." Zatalos laughed aloud. The surging energy from the piece of jade quickly condensed into a 3-meter-long finger before him. He then extended it towards Jianchen. With the finger, time seemed to come to a standstill. Space seemed to freeze. At that moment, the finger seemed to become the only thing in the world. All light paled in comparison to it. The incoming sword of judgment was directly reduced to nothingness with the finger. It did not kick up any shockwaves. Afterwards, an invisible force of the world passed through the sword of judgment, piercing through the defense of the primordial godsilk, and striking Jianchen's chest heavily. Before the finger, Jianchen was unable to resist at all. The finger was an attack from a holy emperor. It contained all the abilities of the holy emperor. His presence was locked onto, and his body was trapped. He could not dodge at all. Spurt. Jianchen vomited a mouthful of blood at the sky. His clothes were reduced to dust, revealing the golden armor woven from the primordial godsilk. The armor was dim, as if it had used up all its power. Jianchen was blown away like a cannonball, heavily smashing into the rocks behind him. With a great boom, the entire mountain range shook gently. Jianchen had already sunk deep into the mountain, creating a 100-meter-deep hole in the tough rock. Jianchen constantly vomited blood as he sank into the mountain. The ancestor of the Tsar family was far more powerful than the ruler of the Gilligan clan. Not only did a single finger pierce through the defense of the primordial godsilk, but even his chaotic body had been shattered. His organs and bones had all been reduced to dust by the tremendous force. If it were not for the primordial godsilk that had absorbed a portion of the power for Jianchen, Jianchen probably would have been even more injured. Chapter 776. The Jade Stone only contained the power of the Holy Emperor's attack. After the attack, the huge finger disappeared as well. However, the power it created was extremely great. Not only did it heavily injure Jianchen, it even caused the ground within 100 meters to sink by a meter due to the pressure of the huge energy. This was because the Holy Emperor's power was extremely condensed and did not leak out at all. If the power of the finger was completely released, the surrounding 100 kilometers would probably be reduced to nothingness. No one present would be able to survive. The surrounding Radiant Saint Masters were all dumbstruck as they stood in the distance. They were all frightened by the power of the Holy Emperor's attack. Although the attack was not targeted at them, it left a shock in their hearts that could never be erased. In the distance, Yun Tian also stopped fleeing. His face was filled with shock as he said with a trembling voice, "I never thought that the ancestor of the Tsar family would actually leave behind a strike for Zatalos. It looks like their determination to eliminate Yang Yutian is even greater than mine." Afterwards, Yun Tian became excited as he muttered to himself emotionally, "This time, Yang Yutian is dead for sure. So what if he has a defensive treasure on him? Can it help him block the attack of the Holy Emperor? Oh right, that defensive treasure can't fall into the hands of the Tsar family." Thinking up to there, Yun Tian immediately gave up on fleeing and charged towards Jianchen at full speed. "Yang Yutian, you have taken a strike from the ancestor. Even if you have the protection of a defensive treasure, you won't be able to survive. Just the power of the shockwave is enough to shatter your body. Now, that defensive treasure on you belongs to our Tsar family." Zatalos laughed aloud as he quickly flew towards the cave that Jianchen had created. He had already determined that Jianchen had died from the ancestor's attack. Even the Saint artifact would not be able to protect him. Zataros rushed into the hole that Jianchen had created. After traveling for 100 meters, he finally saw Jianchen. At this moment, Jianchen's face was pale, and his eyes were tightly shut. He had already fainted, and the blood he spat out had dyed his golden silk armor red. "From now on, this defensive treasure belongs to my Tsar clan. I have contributed greatly in killing Yang Yutian, and with my position in the clan, the old ancestor will definitely bestow this golden silk armor to me." Zatulos's eyes were filled with greed and joy. He was about to stretch out his hands to take off the golden armor on Gentian's body. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar rang out. The tremendous sound wave rang through the entire world, forming visible sound waves that spread out in all directions. With a roar, the entire mountain range shook violently. Thick cracks appeared on the mountain range that had existed for tens of thousands of years. They spread out in all directions like a spider web. Soon, they covered the entire mountain range, causing many mountains to collapse and collapse. The ground shook violently. As the terrifying sound wave passed by, thick cracks immediately appeared in the ground, intersecting with one another. The countless weeds and trees that grew on the ground were reduced to dust, which drifted into the air. Even the hazy white sky was greatly affected. The roar was no weaker than a full-powered attack from a saint ruler. With it, mountains collapsed and the sky shook, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Zatulos, who was about to take off Gentian's golden silk armor, suddenly shuddered. Afterward, the light in his eyes rapidly faded away, causing them to become empty and lifeless. Afterward, he seemed to have lost all his strength, collapsing on the ground. The roar had dispersed Zatulos's soul, wiping out his soul. The roar seemed to be targeted. All the radiant saint masters surrounding Gentian trembled before their eyes immediately became lifeless. They all collapsed on the ground, following in Zatulos's footsteps. Their souls had been dispersed by the roar, wiping out their souls. Even the power of the saint artifact was unable to stop it. Kara Livy, who was assisting Gentian, and the spectating radiant saint masters were greatly affected as well. All of them became stunned at that moment. They stopped thinking. The powerful shockwave from the roar had deeply shaken their souls, causing them to feel fear from the depths of their souls. Arg! Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out from afar. Yun Tian cried out painfully as he flew over on a white cloud. He clutched his head tightly with both hands as his face was filled with pain. Afterward, he directly fell out of the sky, landing heavily on the ground. A few of his bones were broken. As Yun Tian was rather far away, when the whistling sound reached his ears, the killing intent had already weakened greatly. It only gave him a splitting headache, as if his soul had been sliced by a knife. If he had been in Zatulos's position and was very close to the whistling sound, his soul would have been shattered into pieces like Zatulos, and his body and soul would have been destroyed. In the cave that Jianchen was guarding, a huge white tiger that was 3 meters tall and 10 meters long slowly walked out with its chest puffed out like a king. On the back of the white tiger was a pair of tightly folded snow-white wings. It was filled with nobility and holiness, symbolizing that the white tiger was different from the rest. The white tiger slowly walked out of the cave. Its gaze locked onto Yun Tian, who was still several kilometers away. Its eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Yun Tian endured the splitting headache and struggled to his feet. He stared blankly at the huge white tiger standing at the cave entrance and immediately understood where the world-shaking roar had come from. He said with a trembling voice, "A primordial beast." Sensing the intense killing intent in the white tiger's eyes, Yun Tian's heart trembled. When he thought of the might of the white tiger's roar, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out an ancient jade pendant and shouted, "I forfeit!" As soon as Yun Tian finished speaking, a huge pillar of white light descended from the sky and swept Yun Tian away. Just as Yun Tian's figure disappeared, the huge white tiger, which was originally several kilometers away, strangely appeared where he had just been standing. Its sharp claws carried a powerful force that seemed to be able to tear through space, but it hit nothing. Roar! The giant white tiger let out a world-shaking roar at the sky. There was an uncontrollable fury in its voice. Immediately, it leaped high into the air and chased after Yun Tian, who had been swept into the sky by the white light. It would not give up. Sigh. At this moment, a helpless sigh rang out in the sky. Soon after, a huge palm rapidly formed, blotting out the sun. It was like a wall that separated the tiger from Yuntian. The white tiger viciously slammed into the palm that was blocking its path. Immediately, a thunderous sound rang out. The powerful recoil caused the white tiger's huge body to bounce back. However, the huge palm did not move at all. It was completely undamaged. Roar. The white tiger let out a long roar. Its eyes blazed with ferocity as it actually charged at the huge palm again. However, Yun Tian had already vanished from the artifact's space after being stopped by the white light. Afterwards, the huge palm that had stopped the white tiger turned into nothingness again, causing the white tiger to miss. The white tiger let out an unwilling roar. Its voice was earth-shaking as it radiated with the pressure of a divine beast. It made all the trapped Class 7 and 8 demons in the artifact space become stern. There was even deep fear in the eyes of a few Class 7 magical beasts. A while later, the white tiger gradually calmed down. With a flash, it arrived before the hole that Jianshan had created with unbelievable speed. Its huge body rapidly shrank before entering the hole in a flash. Very soon, the white tiger emerged from the hole with the unconscious Jianshan in its mouth. It glanced at the remaining Radiant Saint Masters threateningly before disappearing into the hole that Jianshan had created. All the Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters present trembled inside from the white tiger's glare. They could not help but take a few steps back as their faces all paled. Although the white tiger had only just broken through to Class 6, its tremendous presence even made the Radiant Saint Masters suspect that they were facing a Class 7 magical beast. When everyone gradually calmed down, they immediately discovered that those who had fallen to the ground were all dead. Immediately, all of them were shocked speechless. Immediately, the fear in their hearts towards that huge white tiger became even more intense. Jianshan lay unconscious on the ground in the hole. The white tiger, which had shrunk to a meter in size, paced around Jianshan anxiously. It would growl heavily from time to time as if it was worried for Jianshan. At this moment, the little white tiger's eyes narrowed. It suddenly turned its head and saw a middle-aged man in a long white robe appear there silently. The white tiger's gaze immediately sharpened as it stared at the middle-aged man. Its eyes were filled with heavy hostility. Somehow, it seemed to know that the person who had blocked it with the huge hand was the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man gently sighed. His face was filled with bitterness. He looked at the white tiger and said, "Winged Tiger, the Venerable One is very heavily injured. Even though the Venerable One's body is very tough, he'll need 2 or 3 days at the very least to recover. If you have my assistance, the Venerable One will wake up very quickly." As he said that, the middle-aged man extended a finger and a strand of Radiant Saint Force Origin energy shot out from his hand, directly entering Jianshan's body. The strand of Radiant Saint Force Origin energy belonged to the Saint artifact. It belonged to an owner, so it could only be used to heal others. It could not be absorbed by others for their own use. As the strand of Origin energy entered Jianshan's body, Jianshan's wounds immediately healed at an unbelievable rate. In just a few seconds, his shattered organs had completely recovered. Then, in another few seconds, Jianshan's shattered bones slowly regrew as well. In just a few seconds, Jianshan had completely recovered. The Radiant Saint Force Origin energy was so powerful that it was incomparable to Radiant Saint Force. As his wounds healed, the unconscious Jianshan slowly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately discovered the human-sized white tiger and the middle-aged man in the form of the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit immediately knelt down on one knee and said sincerely, "Please forgive me, Venerable One. Due to the ancient oath I made with Agen, I had to ensure the safety of every single participant of the Radiant Saint Master Union, which was why I stopped the winged tiger from chasing that participant. The winged tiger's roar earlier had already wiped out several dozen participants. I've already broken the ancient oath once, so I can't break it a second time. Once I break the ancient oath 3 times, my mind will disperse. Chapter 777. Jianshan did not mind the fact that the artifact's spirit had helped the participants escape, because he did not feel like the artifact's spirit had done anything wrong. After all, protecting the safety of the participants was the artifact's spirit's responsibility. Radiant Saint Masters were not as common as fighters, let alone Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters. They could not afford to lose them. Jianshan stood up and carefully checked his body. When he discovered that he had completely recovered from his wounds, he immediately became slightly shocked. Although he had fainted earlier, he knew exactly how severe his wounds were. Even with the terrifying regeneration of his chaotic body, it would take him a day or two to completely heal. However, he could clearly feel that he had completely recovered in less than 15 minutes. Jianshan found this rather unbelievable. Even Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters would not be able to heal so quickly. After all, he had just withstood an attack from the Holy Emperor. If it were not for his chaotic body and his extremely tough body, any other saint ruler would have struggled to survive the attack. Even if they managed to survive, they would probably need several years or even several decades to heal. At this moment, Jianshan vaguely remembered that he seemed to have sensed an extremely pure radiant Saint Master energy move through his body when he fainted. His eyes could not help but light up as he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Artifact Spirit, were my wounds healed by the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force?" The artifact spirit nodded. "Yes, Venerable One. That was the origin energy of the Saint Artifact. It's a pity that I've already refined it, so I can't let others use it. Otherwise, I could have helped the Venerable One break through to Class 7. Although the artifact spirit was like a god in the artifact space, the artifact spirit was still filled with fear and respect for Jianshan. Even though Jianshan was still very weak in his eyes, he did not dare to show any disrespect. This was because the artifact spirit had been frightened out of his wits by the twin swords. How could someone who could be referred to as master by the sword spirits be ordinary? A sliver of disappointment appeared in Jianshan's eyes. After thanking the artifact spirit left. After the artifact spirit left, only Jianshan and the white tiger were left in the cave. Jianshan stood up from the ground and looked at the white tiger that was as tall as a person with a complicated gaze. His eyes were filled with joy as he sighed, "Xiao Bai, you're much more powerful than before." The white tiger that was as tall as a person was indeed much more powerful than before. It was filled with the aura of a king. It was like a king who had been in a high position for a long time, commanding thousands of troops and being respected by the world. Woo woo. Xiao Bai let out a low growl. The huge tiger head rubbed against Jianshan's face intimately. Even though it had become a Class 6 magical beast now, Jianshan's position in its heart had not weakened at all. It was filled with dependence. Right now, Xiao Bai seemed like a docile little lamb. It was completely different from the powerful vicious beast that had dispersed the souls of several dozen Radiant Saint Masters with a roar and chased after Yun Tian and the artifact spirit. Jianshan looked at the white tiger with a gaze filled with gentleness. Although the white tiger had not been with him for a long time, only a few years, Jianshan had basically watched the white tiger grow from a cub that could not even walk to its current state. The relationship between them was as deep as that between father and son. It was definitely not as simple as people thought. Jianshan stroked Xiao Bai's furry head, then took out a clean white robe from his space ring and put it on himself. He said, "Xiao Bai, we haven't finished our mission here yet. Let's go out and deal with the proper business first. We can't just let others take advantage of our achievements." As he said that, Jianshan had already put on his clothes and walked out. Whoa! The white tiger's huge body rapidly shrank, returning to the size of a kitten very soon. It leapt up and landed firmly on Jianshan's shoulder, lying there lazily. Jianshan smiled and stroked the white tiger's fist-sized head intimately. He had already made his way out of the cave. Less than 15 minutes had passed since Jianshan was injured. The Radiant Saint Masters who had been watching the show had yet to disperse. Whether it was Zadalo's attack from the Holy Emperor or the beast's roar that dispersed the souls of several dozen people, they were all extremely shocked. When Jianshan emerged from the cave and appeared before everyone, all the Radiant Saint Masters gathered outside shuddered. They subconsciously retreated a certain distance away and looked at Jianshan like they were looking at a monster. Disbelief filled their faces. No one dared to believe that not only had Jianshan survived the Holy Emperor's attack, but he had even recovered so quickly. He seemed completely fine, as if the Holy Emperor's attack had not injured him at all. What's going on? Yang Yutian was clearly heavily injured earlier. Even if he didn't die, he definitely wouldn't be in a good condition. How has he recovered so quickly? At this moment, all the Radiant Saint Masters had the same thought. Even Kara Livy and Quan Yu Kai, who had hurried over from afar, were stunned by this scene. However, most of their gazes were focused on the white tiger that had shrunk to the size of a kitten on Jianshan's shoulder. In particular, when they saw how docile the white tiger was on Jianshan's shoulder, all the Radiant Saint Masters present could not help but feel a sliver of jealousy and envy. They all sighed at how lucky Yang Yutian was. He had actually developed such a deep relationship with a beast from ancient times. Jianshan glanced around, and very soon, his gaze locked onto the white specks of light floating in the air. These white specks of light were the battle records of the Tsar family and the Radiant Saint Masters who had surrounded Jianshan. They had been shaken to death by the roar of the white tiger, so naturally, the battle records they had collected had exploded. There were over 1,000 of them. These battle records floated in the air, but no one dared to collect them. Glancing past the battle records floating in the air, Jianshan revealed a sliver of excitement. He did not hold back at all and immediately collected all the battle records. Very soon, the battle records on Jianshan's body had reached 700. This number was enough for him to enter the top 10. Jianshan stopped collecting battle records, and looking at a certain spot in the crowd, he said, "Quan Yu Kai." Quan Yotsai's body trembled when his name was called, but he immediately walked out of the crowd with a charming smile. He first glanced at the white tiger on Jianshan's shoulder with a fearful expression, then he said to Jianshan with a playful smile, "Little brother Yang Yutian, I never thought that you would actually remember Quan Yu Kai. This really makes Quan Yu Kai overwhelmed by your favor. However, if little brother Yang Yutian has any use for Quan Yu Kai, then Quan Yu Kai will definitely do his best." With regards to Quan Yu Kai, although Jianshan did not have a deep friendship with him, Quan Yu Kai had just risked offending Yun Tian and the Tsar family to help him fend off a powerful enemy. This was something that Jianshan would never forget, even if he knew that Quan Yotsai's purpose in helping him was to obtain the 3 great divine techniques. "Quan Yu Kai, I have collected enough battle records. Take them, it should be enough for you to enter the top 10. Jianshan said calmly. Quan Yu Kai was overjoyed. After thanking him, he immediately began to collect the remaining battle records in a fluster. As for the Radiant Saint Masters who had come with Quan Yu Kai, their faces were filled with regret. If they had known that they would obtain such great benefits, they definitely would not have chosen to stand aside and watch. Yang Yutian, what about your injuries? Kara Livy stared at Jianshan in surprise and doubt. Even though this scene was right before her eyes, she still found it hard to believe that Jianshan had actually recovered from the injuries he had suffered from the Holy Emperor's attack so quickly. Jianshan clasped his hands towards Kara Livy and said, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Kara Livy. My injuries have already completely recovered. I will not forget the kindness you have shown me earlier, Miss Kara Livy." Afterwards, all the Radiant Saint Masters gathered there dispersed. Jianshan did not leave. Instead, he returned to the cave and quietly waited for the artifact space to close. He had already collected enough battle records. Entering the top 10 was already set in stone, so there was no need for him to compete with others for battle records. Quan Yu Kai did not leave either. Instead, He remained by Jianshan's side shamelessly. However, he had become Jianshan's laborer. Under Jianshan's orders, Quan Yukai buried the Radiant Saint Masters who had been killed by the White Tiger's roar. Their space rings all ended up in Jianshan's hands. Kara Livy did not stay with Jianshan. She continued to hunt down the other participants in the artifact space, collecting their battle skills. However, after this matter, Jianshan's name had become even more resounding in the ears of the Radiant Saint Masters. Naturally, everyone knew about the matter of the exotic beast. It could be expected that when the artifact space closed and all the participants were teleported out, the news of Yang Yutian possessing the exotic beast would spread throughout the Holy Emperor's empire in an extremely short amount of time. It might even spread to even further places. However, this was not something Jianshan could stop. He knew that the winged tiger's true identity would not be exposed so easily. There were extremely few people who knew about the winged tiger. However, with the halo of the exotic beast enveloping the white tiger, it might not be a bad thing for the white tiger. It could better conceal its true identity. What Jianshan was truly worried about was how he would deal with the Tsar family after leaving the artifact space. Chapter 778. Quite a few people had already gathered around the huge square of the Union. Ever since the artifact space had opened 10 days ago, these people had been waiting there. Most of them belonged to the clans of the participants, and there were even a few seniors of the participants. White light flickered in the square from time to time as Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters participating in the competition were transported out at almost every moment. Without exception, they were all pale-faced and covered in blood. Clearly, they had suffered a great battle in the artifact space. In the crowd at the edge of the square, a middle-aged man stood behind an old man with a sunken face. He stared at the white light that flickered in the square from time to time. Bastard, why hasn't that person come out yet? Did he slip away from the young Miss hands? The middle-aged man cursed in a low voice. He was extremely furious. He was a member of the Kara clan, the one who had been struck in the chest by Jianshan and sent out by the power of the Saint artifact. Kara, I wonder if the person you speak of has a snow-white cub with him. At this moment, the old man standing in front of the middle-aged man spoke. The old man stared at the middle-aged man with shining eyes. He was extremely stern. Before the old man, Kara immediately became respectful. He said, Elder Lu, that person is alone. He doesn't have any magical beasts with him. With that, Elder Lu let out a slight sigh of relief. He said, then let's wait here. Old man also wants to see the young man who can kill you in a single move. Afterwards, the two of them waited there quietly. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, a few more white lights flickered in the square. 3 Radiant Saint Masters appeared in the square. Their faces were pale and the clothes on their chests had already been dyed red with blood. However, their wounds had already healed with the help of the Saint artifact. They're from the Tsar clan. I never thought that someone would actually kill someone from the Tsar clan. There aren't many people in the Holy Emperor's empire who dare to offend the Tsar clan. Don't tell me that the Tsar clan is fighting with the other 2 clans in the artifact space. As soon as the 3 of them came out, they were recognized by many people in the field and immediately let out a series of exclamations. A few old men in tight robes hurried over to the 3 Radiant Saint Masters. One of them said with a sunken face, What's going on? How did someone manage to kill you with your strength? Did you really end up fighting with the people from the other 2 clans? Elder Hong, we encountered Yang Yutian. We were killed by Yang Yutian. A Radiant Saint Master who emerged from the artifact space said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fear. Yang Yutian had still managed to kill the 3 of them despite being surrounded by so many people, so he was shocked by Yang Yutian's strength. This was because he knew that if they were not in the artifact space, the 3 of them would have already died at the hands of Yang Yutian. Although the 3 Radiant Saint Masters did not speak loudly, none of the people in the field were weak. They all heard the words of the Radiant Saint Master from the Tsar clan clearly. This caused many people to be slightly surprised. They were deeply impressed by Yang Yutian's courage. Daring to go against the Tsar clan was not something an ordinary person could do. What about Zadalos and the others? Don't tell me that they can't even defeat Yang Yutian with so many of them? Elder Hong's voice was filled with endless anger. Elder Hong, this Yang Yutian is just too strong. Even when we worked together with the people from the 8 clans to deal with Yang Yutian, we still couldn't defeat him. A Radiant Saint Master said. A bunch of trash. Elder Hong was clearly very angry. At this moment, there were 3 more flashes of white light in the field. Another 3 participants were sent out of the artifact space. When Elder Hong saw the 3 people who had been sent out of the artifact space, his gloomy face became even uglier. This was because the 3 of them belonged to the Tsar clan. Greetings, Elder Hong. The 3 Radiant Saint Masters immediately clasped their hands and bowed to Elder Hong politely when they saw him. Could it be that you were also killed by Yang Yutian? Elder Hong said coldly. Hearing that, the 3 Radiant Saint Masters looked at each other before nodding bitterly. Elder Hong's gaze landed on one of them. He said with a deep voice, Qing Jian, your strength is close to the top 10 experts. I never thought that even you wouldn't be Yang Yutian's opponent. What's the situation in the artifact space? What kind of helpers does Yang Yutian have? Elder Hong, this Yang Yutian is very strong. He can fight over 20 of us by himself. The situation in there right now isn't very optimistic. Moreover, a beast of antiquity has appeared in the artifact space, said Qing Jian. What? A beast of antiquity? Elder Hong was slightly surprised. A gleam of light immediately shot out of his eyes. It was not just him. When they heard the words beast of antiquity, a gleam of light flashed through the eyes of many people in the surroundings. Elder Hong, this beast of antiquity has already reached Class 6, and Yang Yutian is its master. An old man beside Qing Jian said. His eyes were filled with undisguised envy. A Class 6 beast of antiquity that has already accepted a master. Even with Elder Hong's composure, he could not help but gasp when he heard that. A sliver of extremely well-hidden envy appeared in his eyes. The people in the surroundings were extremely shocked. Very soon, the matter of Yang Yutian possessing a Class 6 beast of antiquity rapidly spread, causing countless people to become envious. Beasts of antiquity were extremely rare magical beasts on the Tianyuan continent. They possessed a natural advantage, and their battle prowess was extremely great. Without a doubt, they were at the same level of cultivation. Even monarch beasts could not compare to beasts of antiquity. However, a beast of antiquity that had just reached Class 6 was no weaker than a 5th Cycle Heaven Saint Master. It could even put up a fight against a 6th Cycle Heaven Saint Master. For example, the golden-striped silver serpent, Nubis, was able to fight a 6th heavenly layer saint ruler to a stalemate with his strength at the 3rd heavenly layer just by relying on his natural advantage. This was why beasts of antiquity were so terrifying. Afterward, there were 3 more flashes of white light. This time, the people who came out were all from the 8 great clans of the City of God. Seeing this, Elder Hong's face paled. He was so angry that he could not say anything. He finally understood that Yang Yutian was purposefully going against the Tsar family. All the people who were sent out were either from the Tsar family or from affiliated clans of the Tsar family. Soon after, there was another flash of white light. A pale-faced participant was sent out by the power of the Saint Artifact. The participant was in an extremely bad shape. He fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was heavily injured. Elder Hong focused his gaze. When he saw that person's appearance, his ashen face finally softened a little. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, Yun Tian, I didn't expect that you would be killed as well. Yun Tian was pale-faced. His eyes were filled with intense fear. He immediately climbed to his feet and ran toward the castle of the Union in fear. Yun Tian, isn't that Yun Tian? I never thought that he'd come out as well. Yun Tian is the second disciple of the President of the Union. His talent is extremely great, and his cultivation of radiant arts has reached an extremely profound level. He's someone on the Radiant Saint Master rankings. I never thought that he'd be killed as well. Looking at Yun Tian's horrible and panicked appearance, he seems to have been frightened. Just what did he come across in the artifact space? Yun Tian's appearance caused the people in the surroundings to discuss once again. At this moment, a streak of white light shot out of the castle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Yun Tian. It was the President of the Union. Yun Tian, what happened? Why are you so panicked? The President frowned and growled. He was extremely displeased with Yun Tian's reaction. Master, it's Yang Yutian's ancient beast, Yun Tian said with a trembling voice. Yun Tian's voice trembled. Although the little white tiger's roar had been weakened by the distance, and it hadn't destroyed Yun Tian's body and soul, it had shaken Yun Tian's courage. He couldn't even speak clearly. The President frowned slightly and murmured, "A beast of ancient times. Is it the little beast that always slept on Yang Yutian's shoulder?" The President sank into his thoughts for a while before glancing at the people from the Tsar family in the center of the square. He said, "Yun Tian, you can go back." The President did not mention anything about what had happened between Yun Tian and Jianchen. How could he not be able to tell with his life experience? Yang Yutian, you really surprise me more and more. Not only did you kill the people from the Tsar family, but you even have a Class 6 beast of ancient times by your side. This has indeed exceeded my expectations. I just wonder if you can successfully reach the 7th class with your talent. The President murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Afterward, he frowned slightly and sighed. However, the Tsar family is a problem. At the same time, outside the city of God, 5 figures streaked across the sky like bolts of lightning. They quickly approached the city of God from afar. We're about to reach the city of God. This is one of the 7 great capital cities of the Tian-Yuan continent. It's guarded by the ancient Tsar family. The Tsar family has the Holy Emperor. They're even more powerful than the Tiger King. We have to be careful. We can't provoke any of the local organizations. Old Man Situ, don't worry. I know what to do. We can't act as recklessly as before in the city of God. Let's keep a low profile and enter the city of God on foot. The 5 of them stopped 20 kilometers away from the city of God. Then, they began to walk towards the city of God. Even though they were using their feet, they were not slow at all. With each step, they crossed over 100 meters. The 5 of them successfully entered the city of God. They immediately found an inn to stay in. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered in a room. They sat in a circle, and the entire room was covered by a transparent barrier. Old Man Situ, can you sense Jianchen's presence? Is he still in the city of God? An old man sternly asked. Old Man Situ immediately closed his eyes. He only opened them after 10 minutes. He shook his head. I've already confirmed that Jianchen is in the city of God through the power of my bloodline. However, I can't find his location right now. Old Man Sima frowned. This won't do. We don't have much time left. Although we've used a secret technique to hide our presence, we can't hide it from the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect. They'll catch up soon. We have to find Jianchen as soon as possible and complete the mission the Tiger King gave us. Don't worry. This is the city of God, and the dense baleful Yin Qi of the 4 protectors can't be hidden no matter what. I can guarantee that as soon as the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect come to the city of God, they'll immediately alert the experts in the city of God. Even the ancestors of the Tsar family will be alerted, an old man sneered. That's right, but we still have to move faster. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. We have to find Jianchen as soon as possible. How about this? The 5 of us will go out and gather information together. Let's see if we can find any clues about Jianchen. It's a pity that we don't know what Jianchen looks like. Otherwise, we'll be able to find him easily if we draw some pictures. Chapter 779. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, many more participants failed and were sent out by the power of the Saint Artifact. At the same time, they brought out the latest news from the artifact space, which shocked everyone in the City of God. The second disciple of the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union, Yun Tian, had gathered over 30 Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters from over 20 clans of various sizes in the City of God. He had teamed up with the Tsar family and the 8 great clans to deal with Yang Yutian, engaging in an intense battle with Yang Yutian. Afterwards, the young lady of the Kara family, Kara Livy, led her family to openly oppose the Tsar family, saving Yang Yutian from danger and buying precious time for Yang Yutian to successfully use one of the 3 great techniques, ruling sword. He instantly killed several Radiant Saint Masters and turned the situation around. Just when Yang Yutian was about to use ruling sword to turn the situation around, Zadalos used the Holy Emperor's attack to heavily injure Jianchen. Afterwards, he tried to take away Jianchen's defensive treasure. As a result, over 40 Radiant Saint Masters, including the people who had surrounded Jianchen, were all killed by a sudden roar. They died in the artifact space, unable to be stopped by the power of the Saint Artifact. Yun Tian was so frightened that he directly gave up and fled the artifact space. Afterwards, he was hunted down by Yang Yutian's beast, which was stopped by the power of the Saint Artifact. After resisting the power of the Saint Artifact for a while, the beast was defeated in the end, allowing Yun Tian to escape successfully. Not long after, Yang Yutian, who had been killed by the Holy Emperor's attack, actually appeared before everyone unscathed, shocking everyone. The various shocking news spread like a storm. Not only did it shock all the participants, even the 3 great clans of the Holy Emperor's Kingdom and the Radiant Saint Master Union were shocked. Zadalos actually possessed the power of the Holy Emperor's attack left behind by the ancestor of the Tsar family. The might of the beast's roar had shattered the souls of over 40 Radiant Saint Masters surrounding Zadalos, destroying their souls. Even the power of the Saint Artifact was unable to stop it. However, Yang Yutian was actually unscathed after receiving the Holy Emperor's attack. He was completely unscathed. When this shocking news fell into everyone's ears, it was like a bolt of lightning had struck everyone's head, causing everyone to be stunned for a while. Zadalos is actually dead. He died in the artifact space. My Tsar family, including all the participants from the 8 great clans who surrounded Jianchen, are all dead. They were all killed by the beast's roar. Just what is the strength of this beast? It can kill a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master with a single roar. Even Saint Rulers can't do that. And Yang Yutian, he actually survived the ancestor's attack. How is this possible? Elder Hong from the Tsar family was no longer furious. Instead, he was shocked. He was completely stunned by the news. He found it very difficult to believe that it was true. On the other side of the plaza, Elder Hong from the Tsar family also smiled. On the other side of the square, Elder Lu of the Kara clan also learned about what had happened in the artifact space. After recovering from his shock, he revealed a gratified smile and murmured, "The young miss has made a wise choice. This Yang Yutian is much stronger than I imagined. I never thought that the young beast beside him would actually be an ancient beast, and a Class 6 one at that. It's unbelievable. However, this Yang Yutian seems to have caused some trouble in the artifact space, but with the Radiant Saint Master Union behind him, Yang Yutian shouldn't encounter any major problems. I believe that the Tsar clan won't dare to push the Radiant Saint Master Union too hard. Otherwise, once the Radiant Saint Master Union and our 2 clans work together, the Tsar clan will basically be courting death. Sigh, this Tsar family is really muddle-headed. He gave up such a good opportunity to rope in Yang Yutian and chose to just stand by and watch. He missed such a rare opportunity. It's not like you don't know about the matters between our Tsar family and the Tsar family. There will be a battle sooner or later. Don't tell me he's afraid of provoking the Tsar family? He can't do anything right. An old man from the Tsar family shook his head and sighed. His face was filled with regret. In the castle of the Radiant Saint Master Union, the President and the Grand Elder were currently sitting together. Both of them were frowning. Their faces were stern. I never thought that the cub by Yang Yutian's side would actually be an ancient beast. This is troublesome. The Tsar family and the 8 families of the City of God have been killed in the artifact space. Even their souls have dissipated. Even if we have the power of resurrection, we can't revive them. The Tsar family will definitely not let this matter go. The Grand Elder rubbed his temples as he spoke in distress. The President of the Radiant Saint Master Union was calm. He chuckled and said, "This Yang Yutian's performance is really making me more and more satisfied. Although I already guessed that the Tsar family and Yutian's disciple would definitely make things difficult for Yang Yutian in the artifact space and prevent him from getting into the top 10, I never thought that the Tsar family's determination to eliminate Yang Yutian would be so strong. The ancestor of the Tsar family even went as far as to leave behind a strike for his clansmen to bring into the artifact space. Fortunately, the Tsar family's scheme didn't succeed. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Yang Yutian would have lost this opportunity. As for the people of the Tsar family who were killed, they even brought in the power of the Holy Emperor. They only have themselves to blame for this outcome. They can't blame anyone else. In short, this Yang Yutian is the future pillar of our Radiant Saint Master Union. I definitely won't let him fall. If the Tsar family really wants to be overbearing, then I only need to make them pay the price." Towards the end, the President's eyes revealed a sliver of sharpness. The Grand Elder pondered for a while and said, "Something unpleasant seems to have happened between Yuntian and Yang Yutian. How do you plan on dealing with this matter?" The Tianyuan continent has always been a world where the strong are respected. Without strength, you will only become food in the mouth of others. As for the matter between the two of them, as long as it doesn't cause too much of a stir in the Union, I won't interfere. Let them settle it themselves. Moreover, I can use Yuntian to let Yang Yutian understand the viciousness of the human heart. Although this Yang Yutian's talent is extraordinary, he is still only 24 years old. He has far too little experience, the President said. At this moment, on a street in the City of God, 5 old men in ordinary clothes were walking on the street. Their faces were filled with anxiety. "I really don't know where this Jianchen has run off to. We've been here for so long, but we haven't heard any news about him." An old man shook his head and sighed. "Old man Sidhu, continue to use your great prophecy technique to search. See if you can find Jianchen's location," Old man Mating said. Old man Sidhu shook his head and said, "I've already tried. There's only the bloodline presence of Jianchen in the City of God. There's still no trace of him. It seems like he left the City of God 10 days ago. But that's impossible because my great prophecy technique predicted that he's in the City of God. He must be hiding in a place that can avoid the detection of my great prophecy technique." Recently, the City of God seems to be holding a competition for Radiant Saint Masters. I heard it's taking place in an independent space within the Saint Artifact. Do you think Jianchen is hiding there? The old man beside Mating said. Impossible. I don't know much about the Radiant Saint Master Union, but I do know some basic information. The artifact space is for Radiant Saint Masters. Fighters can't enter at all. Do you still think Jianchen is a Radiant Saint Master? Mating firmly rejected this speculation. That makes sense. Jianchen is clearly a fighter, and he's even participated in the mercenary tournament. How can he be a Radiant Saint Master? It's impossible for him to be in the artifact space. After all, radiant saint masters and fighters don't exist at the same time. Old Man Sidhu added, rejecting the idea that Jianchen was in the artifact space. Ma Ting thought about it and said, but recently, the news about Yang Yutian has been spreading like wildfire in the City of God. It's said that Yang Yutian has an ancient beast accompanying him. I heard that this ancient beast is a huge white tiger with a strength of rank 6. Although the cub that the Tiger King wants is also a white tiger, its size isn't as huge. Furthermore, it has a pair of wings on its back. However, this ancient beast doesn't have any wings on its back. Otherwise, I would have thought that this ancient beast is the same as the white tiger that the Tiger King wants. But that's impossible. That ancient beast follows Yang Yutian, while we're looking for a cub that follows Jianchen. Old Man Sidhu said. Suddenly, the bodies of Old Man Sidhu and the others who were walking on the street trembled violently. Their expressions instantly became incomparably solemn. Oh no, the 4 people from the Bloodsword sect have caught up. Let's hide our presence and get away from here. An old man said nervously. The headquarters of the Radiant Saint Master Union is filled with experts right now. Let's hide there immediately. The 4 people from the Bloodsword sect won't dare to act too recklessly in the City of God. They'll definitely be interfered with by the Tsar family, Ma Ting said. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them immediately rushed toward the Union. They moved extremely quickly, crossing several hundred meters with each step. At this moment, 4 blood-red streaks of light shot through the sky outside the City of God. They were approaching the city from afar. Wherever they passed by, the temperature in the surroundings would suddenly plummet. Along the way, they would leave behind a dense baleful force. The 4 blood-red streaks of light stopped outside the City of God, revealing 4 identical middle-aged men in blood-red robes. The 4 middle-aged men frowned as they stared at the huge city below them. A sliver of fear appeared in their eyes. Afterward, one of them called out after them. The 4 of them immediately entered the City of God as a blood-red streak of light. As soon as they entered the city, a gleam of light appeared in the eyes of all the saint rulers on the square of the Union. They suddenly raised their heads and stared into the distance. Many of them became stern. The President and Grand Elder of the Radiant Saint Master Union both stood up from their chairs in the huge castle of the Union. They stared into the distance in surprise through the window as well as some sternness. What dense baleful force! They're from the Bloodsword sect and they're not weak, the President said with a heavy voice. Chapter 780. The Grand Elder's words were extremely reasonable. The President nodded slightly and said with a sunken face, "It looks like the Tsar family's determination to eliminate Yang Yutian is so great that they don't even care about the consequences. First, they sent Tsar Telos into the artifact space with a single strike from the Holy Emperor. After learning that the Holy Emperor failed to kill Yang Yutian by himself, they actually invited the experts of the Bloodsword sect to come. They really are capable. The Bloodsword sect has disappeared for 1,000 years, and even our Radiant Saint Master Union was unable to find their whereabouts. Instead, they were found by the Tsar family. The baleful force of the Bloodsword sect is extremely powerful. It's impossible to guard against. Once they use it on Yang Yutian's defensive treasures probably won't be able to do anything. Only death awaits him in the end." The Grand Elder's face was very ugly. The Tsar family. The President's eyes became even colder. He basically gritted his teeth as he murmured. With a wave of his hand, the tightly shut window was immediately opened. He flew out on a white cloud. "We have to stop the people of the Bloodsword sect. For the future of our union, nothing can happen to Yang Yutian." "President, I'll go with you." The Grand Elder followed closely behind the President. Just after the 2 of them left, another 3 people of various ages flew out of the huge castle. Their bodies seemed to have fused with the space around them, disappearing in a flash. They followed the President and the Grand Elder. Their departure obviously did not escape the attention of the saint rulers gathered around the square, waiting for the participants to emerge. Elder Lu of the Kara clan watched the president and the others leave. He murmured, "The Bloodsword sect that has disappeared for 1,000 years has actually reappeared. Are they planning on leaving the Tian Yuan continent and returning to their former glory? It looks like the Tsar family's determination to eliminate Yang Yutian is extremely intense." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lu's body immediately blurred and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had merged with the space and left with the help of the power of space. After Elder Lu, the saint ruler from the Kaza clan mumbled something before disappearing as well. He had already hurried off in the direction of the baleful Yin force. Afterward, several more saint rulers left the square. They were all people from the other two capital cities of the Holy Emperor's empire and a few powerful clans on the Tian Yuan continent. They had only come to escort their own Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters to the competition, so the sudden appearance of the Bloodsword sect obviously piqued their interest. They could not help but want to watch the show. At the same time, the ancestors of the 8 clans in the City of God opened their eyes at the same time. Their gazes seemed to be able to penetrate the various obstructions and see the sky outside. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This is baleful Yin force. Only one of the 3 assassination organizations, the Bloodsword sect, can control baleful Yin force. Has the Bloodsword sect returned with it? This is baleful Yin force. Are the people who have come our experts from the Bloodsword sect? Why have they come to our City of God? What dense baleful Yin force? Has the Bloodsword sect returned after disappearing for 1,000 years? Various cries rang out from the ancestors of the 8 clans. All of them immediately left where they cultivated and rushed in the direction of the people from the Bloodsword sect with lightning-like speed. Within the City of God, there was an ancient yet majestic huge manor. In a quiet room, the great elder of the Tsar family was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. A mysterious aura lingered in the room, causing the vision in the room to constantly distort, as though the space inside was constantly changing. All of a sudden, the great elder of the Zaha family opened his eyes. Instantly, a surge of lightning shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void in front of him. The space in the room that was constantly distorting suddenly froze. After that, all the furniture placed in the room turned into a pile of ash and scattered on the ground. Even the big bed that the great elder of the Tsar family was sitting on was not spared. The grand elder hovered in the air as he stared into the distance with a sharp gaze. He said in surprise, "Baleful Yin force. They're from the Bloodsword sect. The people of the Bloodsword sect have actually appeared on the Tian Yuan continent, and they've come straight to the City of God. Why have they come?" With that, the Grand Elder vanished from the room. His whereabouts were unknown. Several thousand meters below the manor of the Tsar clan, there was an extremely huge cavern. A huge palace that flickered with violet light stood there. The remnant power of time had lingered there, so who knew how long it had been there? At this moment, in the main hall of the huge palace, a beautiful middle-aged woman in purple clothes sat cross-legged in the air. Her deep eyes seemed to be able to see through space, clearly seeing the world outside. Suddenly, an old man in white robes silently appeared in front of the middle-aged woman. There was a sliver of complexity in his gaze as he looked at the middle-aged woman. He said calmly, "Kai Yun, the people from the Bloodsword sect have appeared." "I know," the middle-aged woman expressionlessly replied. She did not even glance at the old man. The old man's eyes dimmed when he saw the middle-aged woman's expression. He sighed softly and said, "Kai Yun, it's already been so long. Are you still not willing to forgive your great-grandfather? Your great-grandfather already knows that he was wrong for what happened back then, and he deeply regrets it. Your great-grandfather is already over 5,800 years old. At most, I have less than 400 years left to live. Your great-grandfather doesn't ask for anything else in this life. I just hope that I can obtain your forgiveness before my time is up." The middle-aged woman's face became even colder. Even her gaze sharpened. Vaguely, she radiated with a presence that could destroy the world. The temperature of the entire palace became as cold as an ice cavern at that moment. It radiated with a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze the soul. The entire palace began to tremble gently at that moment. The old man let out a long sigh when he sensed the changes in the palace. The light in his eyes dimmed as he murmured, "Looks like it's impossible for great-grandfather to obtain your forgiveness. Sigh, how regretful." The old man's face was filled with regret. The old man remained silent for a while before slowly calming himself down. He said softly, "Kaiyun, what do you plan on doing with the matter of the Bloodsword sect? You can leave." "I know what I'm doing." The middle-aged woman slowly closed her eyes. She did not even glance at the old man. The old man stared at Kaiyun, who sat in the air, with mixed feelings. He sighed and sighed before leaving the palace in a rather gloomy manner. He could not help but think about something that had happened several thousand years ago. That was the greatest mistake he had ever made in his life. He still regretted it very much even now. If he could turn back time, he would have made a different choice without any hesitation. Unfortunately, he could not change the past. No matter how great his abilities were, he was still powerless. Several thousand meters above the city of God, a large group of people hovered in the air without any assistance. The violent winds caused their clothes to ruffle and their hair to ruffle. This group of people was divided into 3 groups, and one of the groups had the least amount of people. It was a group of 4 middle-aged men who wore blood-red robes and had cold and indifferent expressions on their faces. Their entire bodies were suffused with dense baleful energy. Before the 4 middle-aged men stood over a dozen people of various ages in various clothes. The president and grand elder of the Radiant Saint Master Union were among them. However, where they stood, they just happened to block the path of the 4 middle-aged men in blood-red robes, preventing them from entering the city of God. On the other side stood 7 people of various ages. Some of them were experts from other cities of the Holy Emperor's Empire, while others were outsiders from outside the Holy Emperor's Empire. They stood in an extremely ingenious position, where they did not offend any of the groups present. They just stood there like outsiders, quietly watching the situation unfold. The president and grand elder looked at the ancestors of the 8 great clans with suspicion. They were filled with doubt. Originally, they thought that the people from the Bloodsword sect had been hired by the Tsar family and the 8 great clans to deal with Yang Yutian at a great cost. However, when they saw the expressions of the people from the 8 great clans, they immediately discarded their guesses. "Are you people from the Bloodsword sect? May I ask why you've come to the city of God?" The president clasped his hands at the 4 experts from the Bloodsword sect. "We are the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect. We have come under the orders of the sect master to hunt down the human traitor. Please do not stop us," the 4 protectors said together. Even though they faced over a dozen saint rulers, they did not show any fear at all. They did not even show any fear. Everyone's eyes suddenly narrowed when they heard the 2 words sect master. Deep fear and dread filled their eyes. "May I ask if your sect master is Senior Houston?" A saint ruler from the 8 great clans asked carefully. His eyes were filled with deep fear. "That's right," the 4 protectors of the Blood Sword sect said in unison. Everyone's expressions changed once again. They were familiar with Houston's name. He was one of the few supreme experts on the Tianyuan continent. "May I ask what Senior Houston is talking about with the human traitor? I hope the 4 protectors can answer my questions." The person who spoke this time was the Grand Elder of the Tsar clan, the old man who had pressured Jianchen in the Tsar clan with his presence. "We do not know the details. We are only under the orders of the sect master to hunt them down. I hope you will not stop us." This time, only one person spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. The people from the 8 great clans all looked at the Grand Elder. In the city of God, the Tsar clan was the true overlord. They were the true controllers of the city. The 8 great clans were only subsidiary clans of the Tsar clan. The head elder of the Tsar clan had a troubled expression. The arrival of the Blood Sword sect was just too strange. Moreover, they said that they were hunting down human traitors, which confused the head elder. If they were not allowed to enter, they would probably offend the people of the Blood Sword sect. If they were allowed to enter, once a battle between Saint Kings broke out in the City of Gods, it would definitely cause chaos in the peaceful City of Gods. There would be countless deaths and injuries. This was definitely not something the Tsar clan wanted to see. After all, the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect were much stronger than the saint rulers sent by the 2 assassin organizations to kill Yang Yutian.